Yeah, I'm like a minute or so early. I tell you, I cannot handle this countdown. It's just sitting here for usually about 5 minutes. Plus, me and Scooter Mom, we're talking. I'm like, I'd rather just do this than type. So now, I don't know how happy I am with this new camera. Because, dang, you can see everything. Now, I did move the light to your specifications there, Scooter Mom. I remembered why I didn't put it there on this table. So, it's a C table that goes up to like a couch. And so it hangs over it's about 20 inches or so, 22. Anyway, right under the edge are two metal beams holding it up. So it's a clip light and it's okay for now. But you know how they do when they're open all the way? Sometimes they'll pop off. I'm hoping that doesn't happen. So I have the camera, or I'm sorry, I have the light right next to the camera. The camera's turned weird. Let's see. Yeah, that's straight with the laptop. Yeah, that's why I had put it over here. Hi, Susan. Hi. I'm just gonna chat for a little while, let people come in before I get into things. So, you know me. So I have 3 pages of notes, so I wouldn't forget because it was yesterday, and I just wanted to get my thoughts down so I wouldn't forget about things I just wanted to talk about. Hey, No Face, what's up? What's up? Good to see you. You guys are gonna have to help me out with this new camera because oh my gosh, I know I'm pale, but dang, that's a bit much. Let me go look at it right now on my phone, see what it looks like. So, because what I see on my screen is not, that's why I didn't know how dark it was before until I watched one. Let me see. Oh, I was right there. It was right there. Oh, there it is. Okay. Let's see. Okay. I started over. Okay, okay. On my phone, I am not as washed out and white as I look on my screen. Start looking at the screen, Philly. Let me start over where I'm looking more at the camera. Yeah, it does look a lot better on my phone. So I think I'm just going to leave it for now. All right. Yeah, glitching. Yeah, it did it to me. It just went off and came back. And that happened last live. And I think I left a comment that if it keeps glitching, I'm going to have to return it. Because it's hardwired into the computer. There's no Wi-Fi or anything. And I went back and watched my test and saw, or one of them, where it was doing that. So if it starts glitching like a lot and constant, I'll just go back to the laptop camera. I don't want it to glitch. Your sound isn't as good as the other day. Let me see if the sound is right. Audio. Oh, I got the wrong glasses on again. All right. The audio is on the webcam. So, and it's all set the same way. Now, what I did do is, because it glitched on me before while I was in studio, I switched which USB port, because I don't know which one's like the faster one. So if it's glitching more than before, it could be because I switched it. And you know what? So is it still glitching since the last time you guys said something? If it is, I'm just going to go to the laptop camera and say screw it. Should I turn it up, or is the sound bad? Just bad. That doesn't make any sense. I appreciate y'all helping me with this. I know it's annoying. But I did this because it's a separate camera. I actually thought about seeing if it unscrews and will go on my tripod, because if it works, kind of tinny. All right, let me take it off the microphone on the, let's start with that. All right, we'll go to audio. We'll go back to the left. Okay, I saw a glitch. I disappeared. All I did was change my audio. It should screw onto a tripod. If I can get this thing to work right. Okay, I'm still on this camera, but I'm on the laptop audio. How's that? Oh, hi. Hi, Miss Sunrise. How are you? So, seems smooth and audio is okay. Okay. Yeah, we've just been chatting. No big deal, Miss Sunrise. You haven't missed anything. I always just chatter on for a few minutes till people get in. Hey, Gary. Zach, the lawyer? Or different Zach? I haven't watched him in a while. Audio's good now. Now tinny. Still tinny? So I left. All right, let me do something. I'm going to switch to laptop camera. And I'm going to switch it back to the port it was in. Just see, I'm glitching. You know what? I don't know if you can still hear me, but I'm going back to laptop, period. It's been disappearing for me too, so we're not doing it. We're not doing the new camera. Although I did look better. It's like not quite as you beat me. Oh, your lawyer friend Zach. Yeah, I like him. All right, I'm switching back to the ports that I had it in. Okay. All it did was switch ports. I'm on laptop camera. My computer. Good now, good contrast, dark background. Yeah, you said you liked the darker background, and I forgot that I was supposed to switch my curtains. I bought black curtains, and this wall is getting painted a very light gray. I had to do this mustard color because when we bought this in the 90s, remember teal green was a big deal in the 90s? Well, that was the color of my carpet. And this was the only color I could find besides white that looked good with teal green carpet. This kind of yellowy beige thing. It's had its day. It's old. Hey, Xavier. Is that how you say that, Wendy? Mom, please don't. Oh, if you're gonna be rude, no. No, that was rude. I've never had a troll like that on when I've been on the laptop or at home. That was rude. Yeah, like I'm gonna go. Like, does that really work? I mean, put me on backstage so you can see. I'm like, does that really work? Does people really? Oh yeah, let me look. No, thank you. I'll just leave it. I tried something new. So this is the new camera that I got. I'll show you real quick. So, and it's weird. It's just tension. I didn't realize until I went to close the laptop that it falls off. That was kind of annoying. And yeah, it would screw into a yellow shirt. This minion. I bought this shirt on purpose because it was goldenrod, and I wear it when I go protest. So yeah, thanks. So I got this, and most all of them, I very look at reviews very hard. It was one of those Prime deals, but it's done nothing but glitch, and it's hardwired in, so that doesn't make any sense. My phone did a better job, and it was wireless. So how long we've been on here for 10 minutes. So but yeah, Miss Minion. So I'm sure some of you are here because of my title. So all right, I have notes so that I can stay on. I won't, go off. So I wrote this part down today. Hey, Cindy, how are you? How are you doing? Good to see you. I have my beer. So, because last time I had beer when I was on, which I think it's only been one time, I had to get up so many times. I have my protest cooler here with my 4 beers. Well, one's already in here. Sitting here with the little bit of ice I could find in my ice maker and my ice packs. So I don't have to get up. I hope not, but every time I drink beer I get I get hiccups. Oh, you're caught up? Okay, you didn't miss much. And I can't stand warm beer, so I have to put it over ice. And I don't even care if it waters it down. I know it's weird, but can't help it. So the normal gang is here, and probably there's a few people that's watching. I have to switch glasses to read my notes. So the biggest thing I was going to start with was me personally, because it does say I refuse to take sides, and why. Yeah, over ice. Yeah, I know I'm weird, but I've never been a drinker. Oh, thank you, Dawn. Thank you. Yeah, I had my bath about 3 hours ago. So when I let it air dry and I scrunch it, I get a little bit of curl. So I need to color my roots. So we all know it's kind of been going on. Now, the biggest reason, my very first one written down is because I can't watch everything. That's the biggest thing. Is last time, yeah, it does. Yeah. And I don't really like alcohol in any form. This is Sam Adams Boston Lager, and I kind of like it, but it's got gluten. I used to drink Coors Light more because it was considered gluten free, but they couldn't put that on the label. So I will pay for this tomorrow, probably. So here's the problem. Like last time, we kind of somebody brought this stuff up, and I'd been out of the loop for like a week. And so I didn't know anything that was going on. Nothing. Yeah, Sam is. Usually if I go somewhere that doesn't have it, I'm like, okay, this is what I like. What do you recommend? So I got this list of streams to go watch. And guess what? I didn't go watch any of them. Yeah. Oh, hi, Gail. Hello. So the biggest thing is I can't watch every stream, nor do I want to try. And so I had the last when something was happening a week or so ago, and somebody brought it up. I said, well, I don't know anything. I have not watched hardly any SPTV or the people they were talking about, so I didn't know anything a week or two ago. So since then, I've caught a couple of things. I kind of have an idea of kind of what's going on, which is similar to what's kind of gone on in the past. So that's the biggest reason I can't make any decisions for the most part. I have other reasons. Is a lot of us with 200 SPTV channels can't go and watch everybody. And I'm sorry, but I'm not going to take somebody's word in my chat or comments about, well, so and so said this, and so had proof of this, and so did this offline and they said this. I can't do it. It's hard to put my words together. And after I'm done talking, if anybody wants to come on with me, I'm going to put out the link. I just want to get what I need to say out first. Something happened when the first big drama went down. And it was one of my first, live streams like this. And somebody came in my chat. And I was like, hi, and everything. And that was it. He said 2 comments to other people, and that was it. And I get a message that if you're going to entertain so and so, we're done. I'm like, didn't ask me anything. So I had to go back to my stream and go through all of the comments to find out what this person was talking about. And so that person, I was like, well, no, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember anything. If anybody said anything about you, I would let you know. I was fully supportive. But as the days and weeks went on and I had more time to think about it, I was like, that's not fair. That's not fair to, make me take sides with people when I don't even know what's going on. And I didn't. And you know what? You are fully welcome to do that. This is a free country, right? And that's the way pretty much it's going to end up is, everybody can make their own decisions. And I lost about 30 subscribers this last couple of weeks. And at first I thought it was I lose subscribers when I have a big gap and I don't test. But I think it might have been there might have been, 2 or 3. My husband's calling me. He knows I'm live. Oh no, it's my daughter. I meant to text her. She will call. She's 2 hours behind. So I'm declining. She can come on the live stream. Live. All right. What was I saying? Yeah. So the first. Right. Exactly, Susan. Most of us are, adults in the chat right now. And that is the most healthy way to look at things. Now, I do understand that there are people in the world that I never used the word drama. What I used was chaos. Hello. Hey girl, what's going on? You missed the chatty part. You might want to come in later because now we're talking about something you don't know a lot about. And I get that. I get that there are going to be people that watch things. That's why reality shows are so popular. I personally hate reality shows. The only one I ever watched was Survivor. And I only watched a couple, 2, 3 seasons until it got really weird. Which is weird because I watch creators on YouTube and that's exactly like a reality show. But not, because the content is different. Because I watch a lot of other stuff too, but the content is different. It's not about who's fighting with who's, in whose bedroom kind of stuff. Hi, Kathy. So that's why reality shows, they have channels on TV that are totally reality shows. So I get that there are going to be people in the chats that support that kind of channel. The problem with that is the person who's going live and doing those things in the chat is supporting them and telling them, you go, you do this, you're right. No, I can talk about that later. I'm going to go into my stress. That's something personal. Right now I'm just going to talk about some other things. So, it's going to always, and when you have such a large group, somebody said they couldn't believe it was so good for so long. I think it could have stayed good a lot longer if there hadn't been people that just really wanted to. I don't understand. I don't know what the end game was. I don't know what the motivation was to just, go after other people, other channels, other protesters, other people in SPTV land. I'm 55 and there wasn't social media when I was young. Oh my gosh. This would have been what it would have been like if I would have had social media when I was in school. Matter of fact, Devin, I hope you're still here. So I think she had MySpace in her school. And that was stressful enough. She had a lot of stress in high school because of MySpace. Because who's on the friends list? Now so I don't know. I didn't see that stream. But yeah, that's upsetting. That's sad. My other advice to myself and others is I personally, okay, I don't want to tell people what to do. And I've always asked my daughter, I don't tell people what to do. What I do is somebody will come to me, tell me what's going on, and I'll say, well, this is what I would do. Because everybody's free to take my advice or anybody's advice and pick and choose. My grandmother said that. She said, look, because I got upset, I was young, that she was telling me what to do. She says, I'm not telling you what to do. She goes, I'm giving you advice. You can take it or leave it. She said, just let me give you the advice. You can take parts of it or none of it. It's your choice. And that's me. Me personally, I would never come on live when I was upset. Because I'll tell you, since yesterday when I created the title and today, I've had a lot of time to think about it and what to say and how I feel about it. And I just had a couple things I could add about it, is what I'm saying. I think people should take a minute before, even in real life, if you're upset and you want to call somebody and you're upset, I would be like, take a breath, take a minute, calm down, think about it, and then call. You would have a much more productive conversation. Oh my gosh, I know, right? I'm going to go into that. Not having social media when we were younger. And that's just something because, hi, Lily. That's true. That's true. But it's not going to stop us. So they can get as much glee out of it as they want to. I don't care because, hey, Mr. Fraud. Oh, Indiana. I think I told you in doing my family research, like all of my family is from Indiana. Racine. There's a town that doesn't exist anymore. All right, so I gotta stay. That's why I wrote notes down because I get distracted. All right. The second reason I can't take sides is I care about everybody involved. Whether I agree with the things they say or not, whether I agree with the infighting, which I don't, I care about, especially if they're a survivor of the cult. That's why we're here, and that's what brought me into this, was their stories. And the other protesters. Okay. Also, hi, Lori. 3 Loris. So that's a big reason I can't, I'll be honest, when I'm talking with my husband, I say things that I wouldn't say on here. I have a little bit more of an opinion, but that's not something I would put out here because it's not needed. It's not necessary. And I'm still going to support everyone. And I do still care about them, whether I agree with things they say or not. I'm not reading my notes right now, so I can switch. I agree 100%. Take a breath and wait before you go off about something. You can't take words back. They will hurt forever. Not only that, if you do something online, YouTube is forever. Whether you delete it later or not, when I watch other YouTube creators, they're coming up with stuff that's been deleted because somebody recorded it. So whatever and I do remember that's one of the rules I gave myself, is to realize whatever I say online is forever. But on the other hand, I'm an open book type person. I have nothing to hide. I don't really care. So for the most part, the only things that I try to keep vague are addresses, things that OSA or Scientology might want. They're eventually going to find it, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah. I hope I didn't miss anybody. Did I miss Susie? Sorry, Susie. But yeah, there's no going back. So I would recommend that. And okay, so the other thing is, a lot of these people have off camera, off YouTube relationships. They talk offline, they've known each other forever, and I don't feel that I can be somebody that should or would want to be involved in that. I don't want to tell two people that have had a long-term friendship, or three or four or five people, what to do about it or how to feel about it. That's their thing. I can't have an opinion. I can't go in their chat, be like, oh, you're right. Oh, you're wrong. I don't. Usually when somebody's doing something like that, oh, he didn't dox me. He doxed Hitzel. He tried to. I don't really care. Oh, sorry, my neck is stiff. So, but here's the thing though. That's my opinion. But then you have people that want to go in those chats and want to support them, or give them their opinions and in their chat and stuff, and they're welcome to do that. Everybody, like you said earlier, can watch and feel about things however they want. This is just me. I wanted to come on and just talk about me and the way I feel about it, so that, and going forward, because I've had people email me and leave me comments upset that I didn't talk about it, or I didn't listen to their opinion about it, or they tried to say to me in an email, well, this and this, these receipts were given, and this happened and that happened. I've learned my lesson on trying, when there's a group of people who are having interpersonal conflicts, to even try to be involved. You all heard about my toxic friend in my 20s. But I lived in a trailer park. They're really big here in Texas. It was very tiny. It was so small, we didn't even have a driveway. And we had parallel parking for maybe 1.5 cars. And only one side of the trailer was your yard. We were 20 feet apart. And there was like 5 trailers who all knew each other. Either friends or in each other's army unit. Okay? And they all loved to party together. I didn't. I was not the oldest. The oldest, she was single and she liked it, but I was very involved I did go to their parties a few times, but I had stopped drinking due to I joined my church. They suggested it. I was like, hey, no problem. I hate alcohol anyway. And yeah, Tuesday, I'll go over the cult of Scientology. Remind me of the lighting and stuff later. I don't want to go into it right now. But hi. I haven't seen you in the chat much lately. But yeah, I am changing the wall color. We talked about we talked about it earlier, but we'll talk about it again later because I want to chat more than just this stuff. See, I got distracted. Oh, so everybody came to me and told me everything. I knew everything. I knew everything about everybody, but I didn't repeat it, and it was stressful as hell. I was like, I don't need this. I was diagnosed with generalized anxiety disorder in '98. I only got depression because I went from working full time and teaching adult Sunday school and volunteering to bedridden all at once. My life changed. And of course, you're going to get depression. That's pretty good now, though. But I still have my anxiety and I'm not on my meds. I need to be. Um, Mainly because it stifles my creativity when I'm on it. Um, so that's another reason I don't want to get deeply involved in it and find out all the nitty gritty about everything that's going on. Because honestly, even if I did that in a month, it'll probably be different. I know, right? Um, yeah, they have had relationships for years, and for the most part, from what I see, they are all ex Scientologists. I agree not to get involved. There's I'm talking about everybody, whether it's ex Scientologists, protesters, or just supporters of the YouTube and the SBTV. I'm really kind of trying to talk about everybody because it's come and gone. Oh, yeah, remind me of that too later. Because I won't remember. Um, uh, I did too, to a point. I used to be just fine jumping in and commenting, not back then. It was not helpful for anyone, so now I just keep my thoughts to myself. If you can't say something nice, yeah. And that's what I do. Whenever it's one of those type of videos, I'll listen, but I don't comment. I just stay. I don't even want people to know I'm in there most of the time when I do watch. Oh, hey, Corn Freak. Okay, thanks. You can fast forward a little bit because we just chatted about silly stuff. She probably didn't hear that. I'll tell her. Okay, maybe she'll see that. So yeah, I mean, I know pretty much everybody that's in here is probably kind of in that type of mindset. So I'm not going to preach that much. I'm like I said, I'm just here to talk about myself. I wish we could get this forth to. I know there's a lot of young people in the chats and stuff like that, and when you're younger, and it's not even that, but everybody has a different personality. Everybody has a different opinion about everything. So that's another reason I don't. And I like I said earlier, I was almost told to pick sides one time. And when I thought about it, I was like, well, that's not fair to me to tell me, okay, you have to pick sides. And I'm like, no. So, sorry, I have to switch. The other reason, so I said that too. So everybody has their own opinion on any given situation. 5 people could look at something or listen to something and have 5 different opinions on it. Oh gosh, yes. No face picks no sides. Yeah. So like I watched a stream that I had an opinion about. And then I saw somebody else talk about it and have a completely different opinion about what was going on in that video. And I was like, okay, that's just going to happen. Oh, okay. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I know you're in Chicago. Okay, then I have that as number 5. Then add hundreds, if not thousands, of other opinions in the chats or creators or whatever. So imagine all these channels and all the people in the chats. Like, I have 28 right now. That's pretty high for me. Are all going to have a different opinion. And I learned a long time ago, like you said, Kathy, about trying to stand your ground on your opinion. If you have to push your opinion on somebody, or you have to yell at somebody or something like that, you're not going to change that other person's opinion. It's not going to happen. And so, I mean, you could just bang your head against a wall and scream from the rooftops, and those people are not going to hear your thoughts or your opinions if they don't want to. Oh, well, thanks, Lily. I appreciate that. Picking a side is just not possible for me. I hurt for a lot of people so hard when things are twisted and it is not what was said. That's hard to keep quiet about. It is. Hi, does it matter to you? Hi. Yes, and with those hundreds, thousands of opinions, they can be strong opinions that people argue over, and then it's a mess with a lot of lots of hard feelings. Remind me of that after we're done talking, and I want to talk to you about that. Oh, did I miss Rib Guy? Where'd he go? If I missed you, hi. Oh, you know what? See, this is how to touch on him. I didn't realize that was the same person. See? Sometimes I don't know when somebody's real name or if they have another name. So now I know. Cool. And then we were talking about how they have interpersonal relationships offline. Honestly, I don't care what people say offline. Even if it's something I don't like or hurts my feelings, like if they're talking about protesters or something like that. What matters to me as far as this like movement is what they say on camera matters, because even if, somebody's nice online and they're a complete jerk offline, unless, like I've said, unless they're a child predator, they're doing something illegal, or they've done something completely unethical, I don't care. What matters to me, as far as, because what we watch, what we're here to watch, what brought me in was creators talking about Scientology, how bad it is, what we can do about it, and informing me on it, in different ways. And to me, that's what's most important. See, I talked about my stress. When somebody gave me this list a week or so ago of streams to go watch, and I've done the opposite. I've avoided them all because every time I thought about watching it, I get a lump in my stomach, and I just can't handle it. And I'm sorry if, like, my followers, my supporters in chat want me to go inform myself. I just can't do it. I'm sorry. I just can't. Um honestly, I've only it wasn't done really mean. They were just trying to give me their opinion. Except that one. And I don't, at the time, I'm kind of, I'm what you see is what you get. So I'm just like this when I'm talking to somebody. So I was very supportive about it. I was like, my first reaction was, I'll go back and look, but I didn't see anything major to be worried about this person in my chat. And that's what I said. I went and I looked, nothing was there. I'm done. I had to think about it for a little while because I'm very slow on the uptake. My husband is so witty. He thinks of the thing to say right then. Me, I'm like 3 hours later, I'm like, oh man, or 3 days later, I should have said that. So that's kind of what happened. Um, oh, see, and that's the thing, Kathy. Everybody's different. You're touchy. It bothered you. Somebody says that to me, it probably wouldn't bother me that much. Um, yeah, yeah, exactly, exactly, exactly. Now I do understand though, survivors of this cult, it is personal, and they are going to go because they're telling their story online. So it is more emotional for them, I think. So that's why I would never tell a survivor what to say or do on their channel because it's very personal to them. But that's what brought us in is their personal stories and feeling upset and sad and wanting to do something about it, right? Yeah, yeah, it's not. But, a lot of these people, I do understand, were on YouTube long before SBTV and this movement and the protest movement. So they've been doing, um, a lot of them have been doing their channel and the things they do online for a very, very long time. So it's really hard to put that in perspective as far as the movement. Us protesters came in a year ago, and that part is very personal to us and very important. And we hope that it's important to the survivors. So we kind of look at it maybe a little bit different. But either way, I do wish, as just me, that they could talk to each other. And it sounds like some of them are, but I can't tell people what to do. I can't tell them to go offline and do it. You know, I just, I just know what I can't do. Or. Well, it will, corn. Something else I was going to say. When you have a group, we only had a group of it was like 5 couples, sort of, in this trailer park. A couple of them I didn't even really know that well. They were just soldiers. There was like three of them were soldiers in the same unit, not my husband's unit. Um, and even just a group that small, you have different personalities, people that get upset about the little thing, and people that don't care. So you're always going to have some sort of upheaval in a community. So that's to be expected. I mean, to a point. And especially with, I don't even know how many, survivors there are, because there's probably a lot that don't have channels. We do know for SPTV, as far as the list, it's like, what, 200 now? Right. Exactly. So, and see, that's the only thing I have to look at is this group of people, because they all would come to me. They knew I wouldn't tell anybody else. So I knew stuff about everybody, and I would never break a confidence. And sometimes I didn't agree with them not talking to someone about it. Yeah. They're not doing now? See, I haven't watched them in a while because, like I said, normally I go with the smaller channels. I need to go back and start watching these bigger channels. I only heard that they kind of weren't doing game night and things like that anymore. I know. Um, see, that's something I didn't. I did know that they weren't doing as much like collabing. Um, yeah, yeah. And I think, okay, but it kind of ran him off from doing like the collaborations and doing stuff with other people, I think is what happened. Right. I agree with that too. Because I don't think it's our place to even get involved. Okay, again, I'm talking about me. I don't think it's my place to get involved in an interpersonal relationship that I know nothing about. We only have a percentage of what's going on with, you know, people offline. So that's just kind of, I have my personal feelings. I talked to my husband about it. Those are things I wouldn't say on here. It's just not appropriate. Um yeah, and that's what we all started here doing, is wanting to listen to their stories. That's exactly, you weren't here in the beginning, but that was my first reason that I can't take a side, because I can't go watch. I was given this list of streams. Go watch these so you can find out what's going on, and I didn't want to. So let me look at my notes so I'm not going too far. I don't want to get off into the weeds. Um oh, I already said that, because I didn't say it quite this way. I said right. We're very diverse. Very diverse. And that I try to remember that, that some people are going to take things more personally than others. Oh, this is what I said. This was my note. For the most part, or the bigger picture, I don't completely care about what's said offline, as far as um just a lot of things. um Oh, and I said earlier that, everybody can watch a stream or watch an interaction or watch even me. Tomorrow there could be somebody picking apart everything I just said. It's easy to pick apart something that somebody came on and did in a live stream that they thought wasn't a big deal, was funny, was, a certain way, but somebody else is like, oh, and they're picking it apart and saying, well, this is what that person meant. This wasn't appropriate. When that person didn't mean any harm by that, or it wasn't, you know, a lot of people can see it and see it for what it was. You know what I'm saying? Kind of. It was hard to put into words. Yeah, and that's another thing, is it's not just about interpersonal relationships. There may be people that are trying purposely to undermine the work. But I don't think it's appropriate to go online and start calling people out when we don't know all of the information. That's just this. Again, that's my opinion. And you know what? Everybody can um yeah, that was sad that you had to go through that. I'll go back to that. Yeah. Exactly. I mean, people are going to see it through their lens. Okay? Everybody's going to watch. Somebody will watch what I'm saying through and might think that I'm trying to tell them what to do, and I'm not. I came on here to let my people know and supporters know why I refuse to take a side and don't make me. And it's not fair if we're told that we have to take sides. It's not fair because each creator, even ones I'm not agreeing with wholeheartedly, they still have some content that's really good information and what we need to know. And I think that's my next oh, here it is. I said, will I stop watching channels because they disagree? No, I need as much info on Scientology as possible, and all survivors give good information and have different stories to tell. So, unless they're being completely like, the only example I can give is like ZDT, who is nothing but and I've never watched him, so I'm only going by what people have said. That was just full of vitriol and horrible all the time. That's somebody I would, if I had subscribed, I would unsubscribe from. But if it's just, interpersonal relationship disagreements, I'm going to try to, and they're especially if they're a survivor or even a protester that's doing the work, I'm going to stay subscribed, and I'll tune in from time to time. Let me go back up, guys. Gotta switch. You said something up here, Scooter Mom. Yeah, this one, I think. But yeah, I mean, do what you got to do. I mean, like I'm saying, everybody is free to do what they want to do, free to choose who they want to watch. That's why we have 200 channels. That's what I was saying about earlier, Kathy, is I think sometimes because everybody's going to have somebody, in the people in their chat are going to be relatable to them. So, I have a certain demographic. It tells me that. And I get that because that's me. And other people are going to have a set of supporters in their chat. And that's the one thing that I think is different about having a platform and having relationships and having feelings about things. Because what did we do when we had a group of friends? Okay, I'm going to sidebar here for a second. My husband and I have been together since high school. I had boyfriends before him because I'm not a year older, but I was a year ahead in high school. He hated school. He had to redo 6th grade. So, and then we dated my junior and senior year. But we were in a very small group of ROTC students, Navy ROTC in the middle of Ohio. And it was very small. It's not like here, all 4 high schools have Army, ROTC, and it's like half the school. We had like 60 kids. So everybody we dated was in that group. And we dated, if somebody broke up, we dated. Guess what? Nobody ever had a fight. Nobody ever freaked out. Because, okay, there was one time, I broke up with somebody on Saturday. And by the time Monday rolled around at school, it was done. Nobody could have an opinion. I didn't, run to anybody and be like, oh, well, you should, you know what I'm saying? It was over. If there had been social media or even cell phones and texting, everybody would have known on Saturday and everybody would have had an opinion. You see what I'm saying? Why to wait? Because, and so, by then, and so we all got along. We actually went home a few years after we got married and went to a party, and all my husband's ex-girlfriends were there. All my ex-boyfriends were there. Matter of fact, his ex-girlfriend, one of my ex-boyfriends, got married many years later. Very small community. But if we'd have had social media and texting or cell phones, because you had to pick up a landline with a cord. This was the 80s. And call somebody and tell some, and then they had to call. But you just didn't do it unless. So I'm just saying, that's just an example of the difference between now. Everything is immediate. Right now, everybody knows, a whole group of people, and guess what they're doing? They're all giving their opinion. I guarantee you, the reason my husband and I have stayed together for, if you count dating, getting close to 40 years. It's because we left. My husband went active duty after 2 years reserves because we both went in the reserves. We got married just after that. We were 20 years old. And he wanted to leave and go all the way to California. We wanted to get away. Because we were alone and it was just us, we didn't have, when we had difficulties, we had to work them out. Because we didn't have friends in our ears going, oh, he's an a-hole, you should dump him. She's a bitch, you should dump her. That's what friends tend to do, right? And I think that's why we stayed together. I think if we'd had people in our ears, that we would have believed them, and we would have been like, yeah, you know what, you're right. Let's get a divorce. So I think that's what's happening when you go live like that and you air everything. And I get that. I like that my creators are honest. I like that they feel that they can come to us, with their problems, like Natalie did when her husband died and things like that. And I feel like I could probably come here if I was having some difficulties. But we got to remember now, instead of 2 or 3 friends, we've got 31 friends or 100 or 300 friends, all giving us their opinions. You know what I'm saying? That can be, I get with fibromyalgia, I get oversensitized. If there's too much noise or too many people talking, I can't deal with it. And I used to be able to when I didn't have it. That's true. That's something I didn't even think about, Lily. I'm gonna bring that up in I always try to be light in my comments and have been chastised for it by exons. My response is always, you're no longer in. Lighten up. You'll enjoy your life much more. Well, that's not right. Okay, good. What time? I've never actually watched that channel. Let us know. Oh, Gary, thank you so much. Thank you so much. That actually 5 memberships is my gas for a trip to Austin. So thank you. You will be, I need to do that more. I need to write that down, because when somebody cash apps, I make them a sponsor of my channel or a stream forever, how much money they give. And I forget about the gifted memberships. So I have somebody else that's doing the next one, but my next trip, you'll probably be the sponsor. Thank you so much. But yeah, see, that's what I mean is every creator has really good things to talk trauma and Scientology and how Scientology works. I learned a lot of that. Oldish. I have some 40s. Exactly. With me? Wow. That is amazing, Kathy. If you mean me, that I never even thought that I would be like that. You know, this wasn't on my radar at all to go live. And I haven't had friends since my 20s because ended up one of those friends in that group. She was borderline personality disorder with narcissistic tendencies. She had manipulated everyone and had everybody hating each other. And I wanted to get her out of my life. And I was afraid to because she was the kind of person that would slash my tires or set fire to my house. Luckily, after a while, she figured out when we were done with her, when we'd had enough, she left town the next day after about a year. So that's why I can smell crazy a mile away because I know what it looks like. I qualify. Oh, thank you, Gary. Thank you so much. Yeah, yeah. People would listen in on those things. Yeah. So hi Danny. Hello. So anyway, so I wanted to got kind of off track a little bit. But we've been there. It's my demographic before there was instantaneous support or opinion and that kind of thing. And I think that could be having an effect. I'm not going to say how or how much, I don't want to, project onto that, but, it's having an effect on relationships because they're going to their friends chat, airing how they feel, getting feedback. When if YouTube wasn't there, the relationship would probably be a lot different. You know what I'm saying? Hi, Danny. All right. Oh, oh, was that okay? So I fast forwarded to that because I was in a hurry, and because I was like, I know this is probably a funny, and she had that green thing. Is that was Xenu? Okay, now I understand. Oh my gosh, I know, Kathy, just so much. I am going to talk about my health one day on a separate chat. I've learned, I've researched a lot. I've got a lot of good ideas. Hi, Journey. 7 p.m. Eastern. Corn Freak's going to be on cults and atheists. Okay. So, all right. Kind of covered that anyway, where I said, these are my notes. I said, do I have my favorites? Yes. But it's not my job or any others to be their protector or their cheerleader. It doesn't matter. I'm trying to remember what I meant by that. So I think that goes back to going in the chat or going in other chats and trying to be like, oh, but no, like if they're talking about somebody else, it's not my job to go in the chat and correct that person. Because I'm going to tell you, it's not going to work. Because that person is that upset to go on and talk about their grievances, you're not going to change their mind with some chat or with a comment. You know what I'm saying? I think that's what I kind of meant by that. Oh, I need some water. Um, Goodness. There are. I have found so many. I'm thinking about, well, I'm trying to get my Facebook to work right. I might do, I do want to do I tried to do a closed group for my channel so we could chat offline and not live all the time. Members only. Oh my gosh. I just saw that. Oh my gosh, you guys. You're being amazing. Amazing. That's awesome. Thank you so much. So you'll be a sponsor of one of my protest trips. Thank you so much. And those are awesome because I love those and more than super chats or cash apps or memberships. I like memberships. That's cool. But because everybody get win-win. So I win and everybody that gets one wins. I think that's so cool. Thank you so much. Oh, Danny got one? Cool. So I know my memberships got paused and a lot of people lost them. Well, definitely going to do a members only stream soon. Since there's so. Oh, Corn got one. Journey. Danny. I probably didn't catch them all, but. Is Fluffer here? Hi, Fluffer. Yeah, me too. I got other things too. We'll go into that later. Yeah. I do for fun. Yeah, Danny's a young pup. We were talking about earlier, Danny, about having relationships without social media and you had to call on the phone. So things weren't as immediate. So I'll go through the comments a little bit more. Let me keep on the top. I'm almost done, I think. Oh, something was said about this was in one of my something somebody said to me. It wasn't on a live stream. And it was said that Natalie wasn't showing protest highlights anymore. And I wanted to just say that, in my opinion, or what I understand, is her channel isn't just a protest highlight channel. She's an anti-Scientology channel, and you have to send her clips. She does this every day and every weekday at least. And I think I heard she has other jobs. So she doesn't have time to go to people's live streams and get those clips. And if nobody's sending her clips, then she doesn't have anything to show. I've actually never sent her a clip, but people have sent her clips of me. So if you see something interesting in somebody's stream, in their protest or something, send her that clip. That was something I did want to mention because it was said to me like she was doing something wrong, and that may very well be true that she didn't oh, there it is. Thanks, Goosebump. Thank you. Yep, you're in the club. You're in the Miss Kim club. So, trying to figure out how I want to finish this out. Well, I have a note here. I'll just kind of, and then I'm going to go through more comments. So I'm going to say this. Am I unhappy? Yes. I want to see this movement succeed. The more division there is, the more worried I get. And some of you have notated your worries also. But those that at least keep the eye on the ball and keep going after Scientology, then it's going to be okay. We may lose, supporters here and there. We may lose channels here and there. But I think, at least for the most part, I don't think this movement isn't going to stop. Scientology is not going to stop it. Some interpersonal disagreements is not going to stop it. Even the ones, it seems like there's a group that has broken off that isn't happy with this group over here, but the groups are still at least protesting, talking about Scientology and their stories, and that is what is most important. So I think in the long run, it's going to be okay. I'm not, this is what I wrote. I'm not naive enough to think it was going to stay all roses and sunshine. Uh, there are things that have happened that I didn't expect. Um, Maybe I was naive. A lot of us, when it first started and we all were gung ho and we joined and we started protesting, it was great. It was wonderful. Everybody was working together. It was this cohesive community. It's not all that anymore, but um I hope nobody leaves because of that. I hope that we need as much support as possible. We need the word to get out as much as possible. So even if someone has upset you in their channel, there's many other channels that aren't doing that. Because I've had people early on when it really first started and it was just, we weren't expecting it. It kind of just smacked us in the back of the head. We weren't expecting it. We had a lot of people leave. And there were people that, you know, were attacked and left, which was sad. Let me switch to my computer glasses. So that's all I ask. Try to and if you have a channel, say it on yours. If you're in the chats, maybe put it out there to please don't leave. Please don't give up on being a supporter. Please don't give up having a channel just because we've hit a bump in the road. We can get through this. If these people can escape Scientology and what they went through there, I think we can make it through some chaos. That's what I call it. Chaos. It's more than it's sometimes it's only a dust up, sometimes it's chaos. So I'm gonna go through some. So anyway, those are my thoughts. And the biggest reason I wanted to put that out there is I wanted anyone to know that have been sending me messages and trying to get me like riled up, like, oh, but this happened and they said this, and it's not gonna work with me. I'm sorry. I probably lost a couple subscribers because I wouldn't respond, or I did respond to one, and all I said was this. Well, if that's true, my feelings would be hurt. Something about not supporting protesters. And all I said was, well, if that's true, that would hurt my feelings. But, that, something like that. I tried to, because I didn't have the facts. All right. Right. If the adults are ticking you off, remember the kids. I see kids going in the Austin org all the time. There's this couple that comes in with a wagon with their two little kids. Wow, corn. Woo. I thought I was bad. I had an implant put in. Both my shoulders need surgery. That's the reason I haven't had my hair cut in 10 years. I literally will take my ponytail and cut the end off. That's why it's in a ponytail all the time, because I just can't do my hair because of I can't keep my arms up. And the fibro and some other stuff. Can't even think of it all right now. So yeah, I get it. It's hard. Oh my gosh, yes. And you get it wrong. Oh my goodness. We had a rotary phone. God, I was so happy when we got push button phones. Oh, and then we got the wireless. Oh, that was awesome. I know. God, if you look at somebody's doing that on YouTube, go look that up. How a rotary phone works. You have 7 numbers if it's not long distance, and you have to turn it and wait for it to come back. If you hit the wrong one, you have to start all over. So I can attest to the fact that it's hard to gather clips for just one show a week. I knew you would understand, Scooter Mom. So yeah, if Natalie's not showing clips, it's because she doesn't have anything, most likely. I don't get that from her that she would make that decision. I mean, she'd still have a show, but on, what really? I mean, it's some of it. Exactly. And if you don't like what she's doing on it, don't watch. Don't don't go around saying, "Oh, she's not supporting the protesters anymore because she's not showing clips." And without I have no context for that, except, I didn't notice. I watch her show and whatever she has on it is usually pretty interesting. And I try to watch it as much as I can. I usually save it for my drive to Austin. But as y'all know, I haven't been there. I couldn't go today either. I'll go into that later. No. Did you see one of the protesters talk to 3 14-year-old girls that went into an org? The old man told her that her arm wasn't real. She could just cut it off. And wow, I hope whoever was talking to her, I hope they got her not to go in there anymore. Yep, you said the same thing. Yeah, I didn't even hear about it. So, okay. I'll definitely check that out. Right. You know, that's why, I'm trying not to name names because it's not just about recent events. What I wanted to talk about is in general, and I did that the first time too. I just want to talk about in general how I feel and what I was like I said, and why I refuse to take sides. And I've heard people say, well, not taking sides is taking a side. And I'm like, that's not fair. It's just not fair. Hey, El Sarmento. Oh, I already looked at that one. Yeah, honestly, yeah. It seems kind of like, like I said, it's gonna happen. I'm not surprised. You get this many people in a group and all the different personalities, you're gonna have problems. I mean, like I said before, we had a group of 10, we'll say 9 to 10 people, 10 people, all hanging out together. And it did not take long for disputes. Or this person said this. This person looked at me funny. You know what I'm saying? And that's without social media. So, I mean, it's not surprising that in a large group you're going to have issues. I'm not surprised. And it's going to happen more. I mean, it's not it just is. It's just the way life is. Exactly. Me too. I don't care if people are having disagreements. I don't care if people aren't getting along. I'm still going to be doing what I'm doing. And as long as we keep that in mind, like I said, as long as we keep our eye on the ball and we don't get sidetracked by this and anything else in the future, that's what matters. Right. Right. That's just an added bonus. I know. I tried to I did how I became an activist at 55, and I did a live stream just talking about how I got involved because people ask, and I put it on my Facebook, and I don't think any family member came and looked at it. Yeah, that's all we can do. Yep. Hey, Freebird. Yeah, I'm not going to get into talking about specific creators and what they're doing because in the long run, it doesn't matter. I mean, we know people have in the past actively tried to get creators upset with each other. We know Scientology is going to do it. But okay, here's a line I heard that I love. What I was going to say is it doesn't even matter that there are people trying to get other people to disagree and get upset. It's going to happen anyway, whether they're there or not. And in Good Omens, I read the book, and then it was a show. I can't remember if it was Amazon or Netflix. It's about a demon and an angel that they wouldn't say they were friends, but they have interacted with each other since the beginning of time, and it's present day. And they realize that they want to bring forth the Antichrist and end the world, but they like their lives on Earth, and they're like, well, we don't. So they're trying to stop it. But anyway, so they're talking about what things they have done. The angel says, well, did you do that? He's like, oh no. He goes, I've hardly had to work at all. What humans come up with to do to each other is so much worse than what I could think of. I don't even have to work at it. Something like that. That was I have never forgot that line. Never forgot it. I mean, I know not everybody's religious. It's just what he said just made a lot of sense. Yeah. I was an Exon. I was trained to stand back and watch. Don't listen, which I still do to this day. Right. And, that's kind of, yeah. I mean, yeah. Here's my thing. I don't care what anybody says about that kind of a foundation. Either one. They're controlled by the government. They have to turn in a financial statement at the end of every year. And I believe it's public knowledge. I'm not positive. Because I didn't like what was going on in the Aftermath Foundation. And matter of fact, it's time. I said after a year I was going to call the IRS and mention that maybe they should look at their books. And if you disagree with what the other foundation is doing, you can do the same thing. And if they're doing something unethical, they will be found out. It's not up to us to police them. Yeah, that wasn't my motivation either, but it was a nice perk. All I knew when I started is I wanted to go down and hold a sign and make sure that none of the college students went into this new org they opened, because they opened it across from a college on purpose. That's where I started. If I've gotten a wonderful group of people that come into my chat that I talk to in other chats. That's been awesome. And see, I was the kind of person when the internet first started and they had chat rooms, I wanted nothing to do with it. This is different because we're all invested in the same thing. My dog will not stop barking. I'm going to mute for just a second. She's in the bedroom alone in the dark, pouting because she usually sits with me. She never does that. And now she's barking. She's mad because I made her leave. Yeah, we can all kind of figure up our own thing. And here's my thing. Right. Exactly. Because everybody's going to have a different opinion on what's going on. Everybody's going to have their favorite creators that they want to support. So, I mean, you know, you can either go be a part of the chaos or want to support your creator. That's fine. I didn't mean to say be part of the chaos. If you want to go support your creator or their emotional problems because, we've created interpersonal relationships on here, more power to you. That is your right as a person to pick your friends, pick the creators you want to watch, who you want to support, how you want to support. Nobody's going to all agree. Ooh, definitely. Let us know about that. Yeah, Freebird, for sure. Yeah. We can only support how much we can support. No, I didn't have a party line, but my grandmother did. Yep, you could listen in on. Oh, the switchboard where that you took one out and put one in. When I went in the army in '86, that was part of my job. I was in communications in the field, and we laid landlines to all the different units. And so you had the wind up phone, and then somebody would call me on one line and say, I want to be connected to Captain so and so. And we went through an attack one night in the field, and I'm on the radio, I'm doing the landlines, doing message. I was 18 at the time. Yep. Yeah. You probably don't remember the rotary phones. Like I said, if you don't know what we're talking about, I'm sure on YouTube there's somebody doing a rotary phone. Because why? Oh my God! If you dialed the wrong number, I was so happy when I was happy when we got remote controls. I'm old enough to remember. I grew up in the '70s. My husband, same thing. He would get called out of his bedroom to come in and change the channel on the TV. My friend who had money had a remote, and we thought it was so cool. I'm trying to find something. It was about this big. It was longer, and it had 4 buttons. Click, click. That was the remote. Yep, we can. We can all agree on that. And I think everyone still does. I think everyone still agrees on why we're here and what we're doing and that we're going to keep doing it. Oh, somebody handed these 2 boys a cassette tape and asked them how do you use this? And plus, yeah, we talked about the stress being online is. Oh yeah, my grandmother never changed the upstairs phone in the room that I stayed in because I lived with my grandmother for my senior year. And I was there all the time. She never changed. She was one of those people. She was born in 22, went through the depression, never threw anything away, never got anything new, and she had a budget. My teen still answers the phone with yeah. Yeah. Oh my gosh, yes. Oh my gosh. And call waiting so you could, because if your teen was on the phone for 3 hours, nobody could call. And then we got call waiting. You get a beep if somebody called. I know. But yeah, we're going back and forth talking. Oh gosh, yes. My husband's sister was 5 years older than him, and she would drag that line all the way into the laundry room through the kitchen so she could talk private. Right. And I had, like I said, the first dust up, somebody was saying, well, not taking a side is taking a side. And I'm like, well, that's just too general. And I don't do generalities, I don't do stereotypes. Everybody's different. Everybody has their own feelings about things. And I'm not going to tell other people how to feel about something. I also would ask the same. I get that there are people that are emotionally involved with certain creators, that they want to protect them, they want to help them. I get that. Just don't expect that everyone is going to have the same opinion. That's all. That's all I'm asking. Common courtesy. Um, that's all I'm asking. Common courtesy. As long as we keep that, you know. I do wish one thing. I wish, and somebody told me this early on too, about the title of your videos. If the video is going to be about a Scientology subject, I would ask the creators to put that in the title of the video. Sometimes I get a title of a video that I don't watch because I don't get the title. It sounds like it's going to be about something personal, and then it's not. Or I have gone in, like after the live, like during the live stream, I've clicked in and it was about something Scientology. It was going through a document or a book. So that was very confusing for me. So there are live streams that I haven't watched because the title didn't get me interested, about the subject. Uh, exactly. I couldn't have said it better, Goosebumps. Couldn't have said it better. Exactly. This is a movement. Now, we do have a community and I do love it. That's the secondary part of what we're doing. It's nice that we're all here and that we can support each other, but the main focus is the movement, the anti-Scientology, trying to get them taken down, trying to get as much information as we can out there. The more channels we have, the more chance somebody will stumble on us and listen. How many of you have stumbled on? I mean, 2 years ago, I knew nothing about Scientology. Nothing. I was bedridden. I was stuck in bed. I was on YouTube more than I'd ever been. I got rid of Hulu because I'm on YouTube too much. And it popped in my stream. I'm like, I remember in the early 90s being interested in this. So I clicked. And that person's channel, I went back, was on for several years. Well, I didn't have that kind of time. So I went back 1 year and I binge watched all of those videos. That's why when I'm talking to people on the street, I'm so knowledgeable because I binge watched the heck out of information before I did that. Yeah. Oh, it was so cool when I got my own phone. Yep. You too, Dusty. You too. You do a lot of good things. You do a lot of, you go to Clearwater and you have people on. So you too. Yeah. My sister-in-law will go in the laundry room. So. Oh, good. Good. Oh, yeah. Or you had to do that. Most of my senior year, my mom got divorced when I was 11, so 7th grade. So it was a single mom and 2 girls. I'm 9 years older than my sister, who I don't speak to anymore. She has the borderline personality disorder with narcissistic tendencies. So I knew what to look for when she came back into my life at 19. So that didn't go well. She didn't treat my terminally ill mother very well. That's the quick of it. So when I got my own food in my room, what was cool? So I told you my husband and I have been together since high school. And so I had this, I don't know if you remember the slimline phones. So it was real small and you had the receiver, it had a cord. Well, we figured out it would chirp before it would ring. So if he called me and I was awake, it would, or we would talk about it first. We'd schedule it. It'd chirp and I'd grab the phone. My mom didn't know I was on the phone. We talked for hours. I thought my husband was such a great listener. He told me after we were married, I was asleep. He just, and I still talk like that. You can see I was made for YouTube. I still will talk to him at night until he'll fall asleep on me. Yeah, me too. I mean, I don't want to have to. And I'm not knowledgeable enough in all the details to really do that, but I know you are. You're mod for a lot of channels. I do too. I do too. I mean, I won't watch some of those people anymore, but I don't, go say anything bad either. Is if they're keeping the eye on the ball and they're still protesting and they're still going after Scientology, more power to them. Yeah, yeah. Oh, oh no. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, I know. I learned how to unknot really quick. Exactly. I'm the same way. I put a lot of trust in people. I will trust somebody quickly till they give me a reason not to. But I do have this thing in the back of my mind because I was burned. I'm very careful. Yeah, I don't remember that either. Yep. I graduated in 87, so. Well, hello, S. How are you? How are you? I've got a lot of people in here. Yeah, my granddaughter took my grandkids to Southern California a couple years ago, and I'm I think that's the only reason I'm able to do this. I think it's because I really had them a lot because she was a single mom. She's a single mom again for a long time, and they were with me even when I was sick. Sometimes all I could do with them is sit on my bed and play Uno, but now they're gone. I didn't have anything else in my life. Honestly, if I wasn't here right now, I'd just be sitting here watching Netflix or something. I have no life because my husband's at work. With the party line. Okay. Yeah, I see what you're talking about. Well, you know what? If they're being ethical and they're doing what they're supposed to be doing, they shouldn't worry about it. If you got nothing to hide, it shouldn't matter. Oh, thank you, Dusty. You're so sweet. Thank you. Yeah, I you can report it to the IRS because if they're either trying to get or have 501c status, the IRS is in charge and you can report them. Right. Right. Exactly. But I'm still not, it's ego and it's feels. You know, I get that a lot of these survivors have been through a lot and they've found a support network in their chat. So I can't, completely blame them or for wanting to go and talk about their life and their feelings. I get it. I do. So, I just I I'm not going to say we. I don't know what that's like. I don't know. I mean, I've had trauma, but not like that. Not from a mind control cult that I was in my whole life. So I do give them some leeway in that, and people are going to make mistakes online. They're going on upset, getting on the live stream. I get it. I get it. And it's forever if somebody records it. You're silly. Good night, Corn. I'll see you later. Yeah, I think for the most part, I mean, they're doing the work that needs to be done because there's people on the board and they have to approve things. So I think for the most part, I don't think all of those people, the lawyer Zach, I don't think all of those people are conspiring to mess with the funds. I have a different opinion about the other foundation because of the way they have closed ranks, the way they have. I have a weird feeling, but I get that there are people that are going to have that same opinion about the other one. So leave it up to the IRS. Okay, they have to turn in the financials and it has to make sense. Yeah, that's where you would. You have to go to the IRS if you want to report them. I'm going to report the Aftermath Foundation because I think it was weird that all of that came down. They got rid of the two founders right when they got over $200,000. Before, when they averaged 10 or 20,000, it bothers me. I may be completely wrong. Okay, let the IRS figure it out. That's their job. They get paid. Hey, Diana. Yeah, I agree. But like I said, if they don't have anything to hide, then it shouldn't be a problem. They're adults. They can figure it out. So, yep. And then I worked for an answering service when I got here in '93. It was a multi-line, and that was an interesting job. The mod chat? No, I don't know anything about mods. Are we doing that again? Hi, Summer. No, we're just talking about, that there's just a lot of personalities in the community and they're not always going to get along. And I just don't, my personal reason for being on here is I don't want people coming to me telling me this person said this person said that, and getting upset with me because I don't take a side. I don't want to be told to take a side when I don't want to. I care about everybody that's gotten out of this group, this cult. I care about everybody that decided to go protest. I may not agree with everything they say or do. If they've gone over the line, then yeah, I may not watch them anymore. Ooh, that sounds awesome, Journey. That sounds really cool. I haven't even got a buzz. I'm just now, I think, getting a buzz because I've been talking too much. The wired TV remotes. Oh, I don't remember those. Right. Thank you. I didn't do much, but my husband has done a lot. He's been getting shot at since 1989. He has gotten deployed so much before the war. Everybody thinks the war was the big thing. He has deployed so much. He couldn't get promoted for the longest time because you have to have so many points for Army education, so many points for college education, and he couldn't get the college classes. He was always deployed, and his job is support. So he would literally work 20. When he was in Bosnia, he'd work 24 hours on, get about 3 or 4 hours sleep, and go back on. And they had college classes set up in Bosnia for you to take. And he took the board there that you have to go to, and they were like, "Why don't you have college credits? We're offering that here." They were literally, bombers were going over them. He said, "Well, you'd also be upset if you didn't get your fuel and your ammo and your food." And everybody on the board but that guy went. So his older brother that was in Vietnam looked at him side eye because he didn't understand. In Vietnam, you could just get promoted. Now, and they're starting to change it to give you points for being deployed, because everybody was getting deployed so much they couldn't get the points that they needed. You needed 800 points. My husband had 743, and he was maxed out because he got a few points off on the board. For his job, the points sat at 798 for 12 years. 12 years he waited. And finally, they started letting people out during the war because they weren't letting people get out. And it dropped to his points. Other ones, you could get promoted at 400 or 500 points because they need people in that MOS a lot more to be higher ranked. Like tankers, you have to have a sergeant on every tank. So they could get promoted at half the points. And people just don't understand how that works. I hope they change it. Hey, Agus Basher. That was Zenith TV's Clunk for Life. Well, I was talking about my friend next door. They had money. So they got the remote, and the first remote, and it was this big. It was about that long, and it had 4 buttons, and it was clunk, clunk, because we used to get called out as kids to go, "Hey, go change the channel." Yeah. Okay. I have a lot of thoughts, but I can agree with you that we all want the same thing, to end Scientology and remove. Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. I am not diminishing anybody's opinion or feelings. They're going to be there. It's a big community. And I can't, I can't tell people what to do or say in their chats. It's going to happen. I mean, I'm just saying we just need to, you know, I got to stop saying we. I came on here just to talk about me. What I would do. I don't ever want to tell somebody else what to do or how to feel. I remember getting call waiting. My mom was so thrilled. So were we, because, you'd have a time limit on your phone calls. Thanks, us. Who'd I miss? If I missed you coming on, I'm sorry. I'm trying to get through the comments. Oh, yeah. I got to go back and watch the whole thing. I just kind of clicked in the middle because I was like, because of the title. I'm like, I'll bet this isn't funny. And it was. Yeah. See, I've never watched a documentary or a TV show or anything. It's been all ex Scientologists that I got all my information from. Oh, thank you, Scooter Mom. Thanks, Agus Basher. Yeah, same time, just before that, Susan. It was late 2022 because I had gotten the year binge watched, and then I started watching different channels. She needed somebody. She was lonely. Yep. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I said that earlier because I got one finally and it was nice. Yeah. For me, it was an ex Scientologist popped into my stream that had a channel. Right. Right. Exactly. That's all I want to see, really. I just hope maybe we can, as a group, try to promote that more. But, like I said, everybody's got their feelings and everybody's got their opinions and you know, everybody's going to be drawn to different creators too. Like I feel bad because I can't watch everybody and I'm not up to date on everything that's going on. There's just so much. I mean, I appreciate everyone that's in here tonight. You know, like I said before, I never expected to be sitting here in my living room talking to 34 people. It's amazing, really. There are times I have to pinch myself in a way, you know what I mean? I'm just like, sometimes I can't believe it. And I'm like, I was just an army wife, a mom, and I had a job, going through life. Nothing, no big deal. No, nothing really in the plans. Just, we had plans for when he retired because we got married early. He retired early. So I was like, oh, well, when you retire, we can do this and this. Two 2 months after he retired, I got sick and our plans went up in smoke. But I think things happen for a reason. If I had not been bedridden from my hurting my 5 discs, I wouldn't have had the time to binge watch those videos. And then I got the stimulator put in my back in November. It was healed by January, just in time. Sorry, put it over here. Just in time for the Austin opening in February. So I try to find the silver lining in anything, really. I've heard of Eli Yoder. I've heard of him. Yeah, I've probably watched him in the past. My thing is, my thing is, I can't get involved in another movement or other cults or anything like that. I just can't. I don't have the bandwidth. Ooh. Wait, I gotta take that off. I was deep down the 1A auditor rabbit hole, then saw Streets meet the guard at we did Sciento building and my two worlds collided, never looked back. Yeah, so I was a Popcorn Planet follower I started during the Johnny Depp trial. And I actually have gone to 3 meetups for those creators. And then he had Aaron on right after I started watching him. And I was like in the chat, I think I did a super chat. I was like, "Oh, both my worlds together. This is awesome." And I see a lot of the same people from that chat in the anti-Scientology, or I should say SPTV chats. And that I'm like, that's so cool. Right. So I have somebody in my family that was abused by a stranger. And so I hate, most of all, my biggest hate is seeing someone taken advantage of in any way. Yeah, I wasn't into the cop watching thing, but I've learned a lot from him and seen a lot how corrupt the LAPD is. Yes, I agree with that a lot. I really do. I think that's true too. Exactly. Exactly. That's why I give leeway to when somebody comes on and they're in their feels, they're emotional, they're upset. I get it. Whether I agree with the subject or not, I get it. I get that they feel that way. That's the way they feel. And I'm not going to discount somebody's feelings about something, especially if I don't know about it. I don't understand it. Right. Right. Yeah, they can't do that. Yeah. I just thought it was sus that they ousted the two founders of it at the same time they had the big fundraiser. I just think it's, again, if they're not doing anything wrong, they got nothing to worry about. Yeah. And I think that's what kind of creates, when somebody is upset and they're in the chat and they understand that they're upset and they're supporting them. I get that. I do get that. Yeah, I do. We all feel, a connection. Like I've said this many, many, many times. What I love about this community, what has kept me here as far as, in chats and things, I would still be protesting, but what makes me sit here and do this and talk with you guys. Oh, I meant to put the link out, you guys. I'm going to do that in a minute. Is because to be here at all is to have a level of compassion that not everybody has, and to give your time to this cause. You have to be a certain kind of person. You have to have a heart. Those that aren't here for that reason aren't going to be here that long. So, yeah, Greg, that's the way I think everyone should be. Whether you agree with someone or not, just support the creators you want to support, watch who you want to watch. Yeah, I get it though. Everybody's got something different. I never really thought I was a trauma survivor. I always blew it off because it was never physical. It was mental. It was verbal abuse. My mother was verbally abusive my whole life. That's the reason she was married and divorced 4 times. But that had a big impact on me. I've seen a therapist a few times. I've had some crappy therapists what made me quit. I had a therapist falling asleep on me. Yeah, you never know where somebody might be. Don't be doing that. That's the way I feel about it. There's different adults on that board. They know what's going on. They can see the books. Yeah, unless there was just drama he wanted to get away from. Oh my gosh, I remember that. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I remember being the remote for my parents. My mom didn't do this because we had, but my husband said they would call him out of his room to come change the channel, or they would call him out of his room to go get their cigarettes because they didn't want to get up. Yeah. Yep. Everybody was the remote. Right. I am the we when I say we. I mean me. Okay. That's cool. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's why I just don't have the bandwidth or time to sit down and binge watch that TV show. I feel like I've heard enough stories from on YouTube, and I tell people that when they ask me, I go, I've never seen a documentary. I've never seen a TV show. All of my information comes from directly from survivors and their personal stories. And I think that is hugely important. Good night, Goosebump. How far behind am I? Yep. You had to watch where you were sitting. Okay. I don't mind watching a shortish, if as long as it's under 2 hours. Okay. Thank you, Kathy. Appreciate that. Yeah, I've never tried to tell people what to do, even my kids. Well, there were things I had to tell them what to do, chores, and you have to be home at a certain time. But I would just say to other people I think that's why a lot of people would talk to me, because I never judged. I never told them what to do. I would just say, well, all I can say is this is what I would do. Take it or leave it. Right. So each creator is going to get, their audience. I pretty much, I've always said I'm personally conservative, but I'm socially liberal. And what that means is I have a certain rules in my life and beliefs that I'm not going to push on somebody else. My daughter, I mean, I'm a devout Christian. My daughter had a wife. We loved Andy. And him, he wanted to be called him. We loved him. He was she was very masculine. But she ruined it when she tried to transition. Long story. Long story short, you're supposed to get therapy while you're taking the hormones. And she was getting testosterone, and that's a steroid. And pretty much what ended everything was she went into roid rage. She wasn't getting the therapy, just taking it, and it was just a whole thing. And my daughter was devastated because she said, I had the best of both worlds. We loved Andy because he was the best father figure those kids had ever had. And it went south. But anyway, I would have never gone to her and said, you shouldn't do this, because you can't tell somebody how to feel. And that's what I'm trying to do here. You can't tell somebody how to feel. Oh, cool. Okay, bye, Miss Sunrise. I need to get caught up, y'all. I am missing, like, I see y'all are chatting. I'm fine. You know, we talked about that a little bit earlier, and I'm like, yeah, but you know what? I don't really give them that much thought, because I don't really care. I don't really care. All I care about is, us and how we're faring and the anti-Scientology stuff. Oh, you're a popcorn lady. Yeah, I know. I've met Lewis a couple times, and Steph, and Kim, and I met Andy 3 times because he came down to Houston the week I started protesting. That's why I missed a day. So I was going every day the week before it opened. And he just happened to announce, oh, I'm going to be in Houston. We're going to do a meetup at this place. And we literally drove the 7-hour round trip. Went out, met him. It was the first time, the third meetup that I've been to. But it was small, and it was the first time I actually had a conversation with Andy, because there was always people around, and I'm kind of one of those people that'll hang back. They're just like they are on as create the online. Had a lot of fun. The first meetup was in Vegas. That was hard because my back wasn't fixed yet. I went to 2 meetups, and I scheduled a brunch that like 20 something people came to at a restaurant. Other than that, I was in my room on my back. It was so hard. Yeah. Cool, Haggis Basher. I think I've seen you in the chat. I'm not sure. Because I said I've seen, because, he's had issues too. And, he's been, what I respect is when someone is honest, even when they make a mistake. And I've seen him come around to automatically jumping on he does pop culture justice. Like text messages were released. And he's like, oh my God, I can't believe that person said that. And then a week later, you get the whole story. So he learned over time, I watched, to not jump right on canceling somebody because you might not have the whole story. And so I've taken that to this community too. I'm not going to immediately jump on, oh, somebody said this, somebody showed receipts, somebody said this person said this, because I want the whole story. I can't go by just a few comments. Yeah. Yep. So I usually don't mention who it is, but I have before, and I don't think he minds. My husband he got bused 10 miles to my school. He lived in a one traffic light town in the 70s when you think you're safe. And normally his sister would walk him into the school and then get on the bus for middle school or something. Something happened. And he was attacked on the way to school. He could see the school by a stranger who he knows now was watching. And they never found him because he didn't live there. And that's why I always say, doesn't matter where you live, criminals travel. Just because you think you live in a safe neighborhood doesn't mean squat. And so I always knew if somebody ever did that to our kids, my husband would go to prison. But luckily that never happened. No. Yeah. Well, I kept going for a little while. And then I got a new therapist who was bad too. The one before that would sit behind her computer and type, and I never could see her face. I'm like, I quit on therapy. Yep, my husband did too. They had a little corner store, George's store, and everybody knew everybody else. I mean, I stood in the middle of his town and I took 4 pictures. I turned to each street. The light went yellow at 6 because the traffic died down. Flashing yellow. And I got the whole town. And his sister bought a house a block away. His other older sister ended up buying a house next door to their parents. The only one that didn't live in town was his brother. He wanted to live far away. So you can't be safe anywhere. Yeah. Am I really behind? Oh my gosh. 20 minutes? Holy crap, y'all. Okay, I'm going to mod mode. I'm going to have to go through this, guys. Good night, Diana. What time is it for me? It's 12. Okay, you're later. Yeah. Let's see. Huh? I hope he is. I hope he is. That would make me happy. Yeah, stuff is cool. We did the second meetup in California. I just happened to be there visiting my grandkids and my daughter. We hung out and then did karaoke. It was hilarious. I have videos of them doing karaoke. It was hilarious. Do you guys remember Vito? Vito is a very, very large man. And he was singing the Barbie song. Hi. Oh, Megan, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I know. That's why I quit. Yeah. I know what's wrong with me, and I don't remember a lot of my childhood interacting with my mom. And they've talked about regression therapy and Scientology and all that. And I'm like, I don't want to remember. I don't care. Oh, I'm caught up. I'm not that far behind. Yeah. Yeah. I'm even interested in those shots for my husband. My husband has had loud nightmares since his last tour. I have to wake him up. Oh, maybe I'm not caught up. Yeah. Well, you guys are from the same area there. No, I'm caught up. Yeah, I do too. Yeah, I do too. So, um, I just drew a blank. What did I just say? I was gonna say something. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, it's right on my head. What was I talking about, you guys? Help me out. Oh, it makes my head hurt. This is the fibro fog. My husband will say something to me, and I sometimes I have to have him repeat it one sentence 3 times. I can't comprehend it. I'm like, say it again. The third time, I'm like, okay, say it again, because my brain won't retain it. And then I do these blanks like that, and it makes my head hurt right here. Oh, I was saying something I wanted to say, but now I can't remember what the heck it was. But anyway, this wasn't. I didn't really think I had that much to say for 2 hours, but it was a good conversation. Made me feel good. Made me feel better. Made me feel better. I did mention my stress a little bit, and I almost brought it up sometimes on my streams, but I didn't want to. Now, I talk about my medical stuff, but only in how it pertains to, how I got into it. But, this stuff stresses me out a lot. And not just that, having the channel, protesting, some of that, I can get kind of stressed. And I don't talk about it. Not the protesting doesn't stress me out at all. Oh, God, I did miss some. Yeah, I found the best therapist, the last one, and we had 3 sessions and she moved. That's the thing about a military town. How am I behind? I thought it says I'm caught up. It stopped scrolling with my mouse, and now there's more. Or oh, okay. It's what you just said. I'm sorry. I got a little confused. Mm-hmm. Oh, I was talking about my husband and his nightmares. Yeah. After I got sick, I ended up spending 8 days in a hospital, which I volunteered to stay more days than that needed because I have a problem with medication. I get a lot of the side effects, and I hadn't found a good medication yet. And so they put me on a new one towards the end, and I said, "Well, I want to stay to make sure it's working." And I did. And it was a good stay. The second stay, I had a second stay, was at a different place that was horrible. I was treated horribly. I mean, I had a walker back then, and they didn't think that they didn't think to ask, "Oh, by the way, what's wrong with you? Do you need any, special help?" No, nothing. Well, so I'm on Celexa, which I like, and then I get 20 Clonopins. That's for I get these tension headaches in my face. It's so bad. And I take it and go to bed. And literally those 20 will last me 2 or 3 months. Because my pain management doctor, when I see like the RNs or the practitioners for the follow-up, they try to get on me about it. And I'm like, look, I get 20. I am not an addict. I have pills left over from everything else. And these, it takes me 3 months to use 20. And then I've been out for a year and hadn't been back to say, hey, I need more, because I just haven't, because I'm lazy. Yeah. Oh, wow. Oh, so I took Cymbalta, and the side effect I got, my jaws locked up. They seized up and I couldn't open my jaws. So everybody see, I thought my daughter and I have the same chemistry. She has fibro too, but she tried stuff that I was on and it did not work for her. Celexa did not work for her. I like my Celexa. It's fairly mild. I need to call, and I've been with this psychiatrist's office for so long. We do phone. It's literally, so me and my husband both will call at the same time, and they're like, "So how is everything?" Pretty much the same. Okay, here's your prescription, and that's it. Oh my goodness, is there really? Wow. My daughter worked well on something else. I can't remember what it was. My husband, they've tried things on him, and he's really bad about taking them, but even when he did, they didn't really help the nightmares. He tried, there was something he tried. Oh my gosh, he sounded like he was drunk when he was on it. I can't remember what it was. Oh, that's good. That's good. Yeah, the last therapist I found, she wasn't just sitting there going, "Oh, and how does that make you feel?" She was giving me, oh, what's the word I want that they give you? Coping mechanisms. And she's the one that told me about a book I still need to read called When Your Body Says No. And because, when you're stressed, your body goes through so much. Mhm. Yep. Summer. And I feel like if I had not been stuck in the house 8 months a year, I would have been a much happier person. I think that's a lot of my problems stem just from that, not being outside. It's too hot here. Oh, me too. My pain management doctor, I followed him from residency at the hospital to the clinic, and a year and a half ago, he left quickly. We don't know why. Nobody would tell us why. He was an angel, and they're so far between, few and far between. I mean, I met him. I'd been through a year and a half of, it took him a year to diagnose me. And he's like, fibromyalgia, I wrote a paper on that. I'm like, oh. And he would listen. It took us years to get me on the right meds, trying different things. And he was just awesome. All right. What time is it for you, Haggis? You're way late. I know that from watching Steph in the UK. You know what? I've typed Haggis Basher so many times in my phone, it remembers your. I put HAG, your name comes up for chat. I am on scooter time. Oh, okay. Oh, I don't know. What was I thinking? I think I misunderstood something. That's okay. That's the way my brain works now. Before I got fibromyalgia, I got mine overnight. It was called traumatic fibromyalgia. I could multitask 4 different things at my job. I would be answering the phone, helping somebody with their report request, and doing a background check on the computer. And I had a sticky note with my grocery list. And every time I thought of something, I would write it down. Okay. Okay. You're Scottish, but you live in Toronto. I think I was thinking you were in Scotland. Okay. So yeah, I'm 12-19. There was one night we went 5 hours, but I'm like, there's no way I'm doing that again. But it was fun. This was fun in a way. I mean, it was a very comfortable conversation. I wasn't stressed out about it at all. Okay. Yeah. So I'm originally from Ohio, so I had to get used to family being an hour late. And then my daughter, and she wants to call me on her time, right? She's 2 hours early. And she only does this when she doesn't have a friend. So she broke up. She got her own apartment 2-3 weeks ago, and she wants to call me every day and talk late. She even said, "I know you don't have a life, and I know you're going to answer and you'll talk." She called me the other night so mad that she was quiet, and I started saying, "Well, you need to do, you know, are you doing this?" Because it was about a game and screen time and ruining the microwave. Anyway, she's like, "Mom, I'm just calling because I'm upset and I need to vent." I'm like, "Okay, okay, I get it. Okay." She was upset. She had just moved into her apartment. I mean, in California, she's paying $1,700 a month for a 1-bedroom apartment with 3 kids. Luckily, it's very spacious. She has her bed in like the dining area, and then the kids share a very large room. So $1,700 a month. She could literally have a 2,000, 3,000 square foot house here in Texas for that amount of money. Well, maybe not 3,000. But she wants to try to make it work out there with the custody and all that fun stuff. Um, what was I getting at? Oh, so her daughter, who is supposed to not be on this game all the time, she's 12, ran out of her room, threw ramen in the microwave, and ran back to her game, and didn't put water in the ramen, and ruined the microwave. The plastic melted. The whole apartment stank. And she's like, and she had her friend. She does have one friend. That husband took a Kirby steam cleaner and went for 2 hours and cleaned that apartment for her, and it smelled nice. Now the apartment stinks. She got a good deal, $50 for an air fryer and a microwave, and now she's like, it's back on my list because she has to penny pinch. She was very upset. But she was like, take the baby and go downstairs to the playground. So she did the right thing. She's like, I made them leave. I called you. One of my bonus kids is from there. Yeah, I found that a few times too. I try to go back to the list and make sure because there's always new channels and stuff. So, Scooter Mom, help me out here. Oh, never mind. I can't remember the question. There was a question I had. I'll ask you another time when I remember it. Yeah. Make sure you're all subbed. Go through the list like I do. I just go through the list, go to the channel. Oh, and also, when you first hit subscribe on a channel and you don't do anything else, you're only your notifications is automatically set to personalized, not all. So you will not get very many notifications from that channel. If you want notifications, make sure you go in and change it to all. I found that out and had to go through all. I subscribe to a lot. Some I don't watch. I just want to support of weird stuff. And I had to go through all the ones I wanted to get notifications from and update that. And when I did, I get all my notifications now. So, yeah. So, a lot of people, when they say they're not getting notifications, I don't think they're aware that that may be, I know that be the problem. I know YouTube messes around too, so it's not always the case, but I found that out. When I went through that whole list is when I really found out that it automatically puts you on personalized. And I don't even know what that means. All I know is you don't get a lot of notifications that way. So. But good information. Does anybody else want to talk about anything else? I'm still awake. I have been staying away from some creators right now. Like I said, because I get stressed. I get a knot in my stomach. Okay, yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. So I may be behind on topics, like Scientology type topics. So I used to have a home daycare. So, and two of the girls were with me the whole almost 8 years, and they left when they moved to Germany. That's cool. Thing about a military town is it's not like where we grew up, where like all the kids will come to somebody's house. Literally, like half the time we've been here, we didn't even know our neighbors. They come and go so fast. Even though we got stuck here that long, he got stationed here for 17 years. People don't realize in the whole 21 years he was in the Army, I had 2 duty stations. California, and the only reason we left California is they closed that post. I left my neighborhood all boarded up. Came here, got stuck here till he retired. Fort Hood is a black hole. Yeah. Yeah. See, I would have been like that. I was like that when they did have friends and things like that. But I would have loved it. But I did the home daycare. So I was like, that's why I only have 2 kids, because I was like, well, if I feel like I need a baby, I'll have one in my daycare and they'll go home at 6. So it was a lot of fun. Because I ran it like a daycare center. I had some school teachers that brought me their kids because I had a lesson plan. I had 2 bulletin boards. I lived at the teacher store. I loved it because I wanted to be a school teacher. All we had was a couch and a computer, and it was all, this whole living room was daycare. My husband built me this table, this big long table with 2 big long benches that held, if you put 2 chairs on each end, I think I could fit 12 kids. Yeah. If we'd have stayed back home, I should have left that longer. Sorry. Oh, 30. Oh, yeah. I think you told me that before, Kathy. Yeah. I got stressed out the last year. What ended up happening for me was, the only reason people ever left me was they lost a job, they got a divorce, or they got restationed. That happened a lot. So I got down to a small number of kids, and I had an 86 Suburban that held 8 people. And I was going to 3 different schools because I had one that was going to pre-K half a day. So I was in that car a lot. And the 3 boys that I ended up having, there was one that was kicked out of school and brought to me. They were all 5 and then 6 years old. They all had ADHD, and all their parents knew each other and they hung out on the weekends. So they fought all the time. One of them was put on medication. And I'll be honest, I was against that medication back then. This was the early 2000, like 2002, 2003. But I saw the change in that boy after he was on medication. I got burnt out. Having those 3, and when they started dropping off and I wasn't really getting more kids, I finally closed it in 2003 and ended up working part-time at Domino's for a year and a half while I looked for a job, which was kind of fun, but didn't really make that much money. I think I would have had more money if I'd have just stayed home. Ended up, though, after a year and a half, I got my job on post, which I loved, working at the police station. That was cool. Oh, I had the same thing happen. So when I first started, I was in the trailer park, and this old couple owned it. I literally saw that woman. They were retired. He was retired. They were older. Behind the bush, literally bent down, watching what we were doing. And what it was is the toxic friend. I had just met her, and I babysat for her 2 or 3 days. She started a new job, and it didn't work out, and she couldn't pay me. I said, okay, well, I need to be able to go to the store and stuff at nap time. Why don't you walk over? And it was a big spread out trailer park. It was on 17 acres because he had a well system and he was limited to the number he could have. So it was beautiful, and so we were really far apart. So she came over, and I would leave and go run an errand or something. Well, I get we call it here, it's CPS, and they show up, and I left the kids alone. I have weapons in the house, and there was a third thing I can't remember. Well, I proved that we had sold those weapons, and the only people that knew we had them was the landlords. None of the moms or anybody else knew about them, or at least people that wouldn't call on me. I proved that I had somebody coming over. She just didn't see her walk over. She just saw me drive out. She didn't ask or anything. And I'm just like, and we were the best tenants, guys. That's the part that doesn't make any sense. We were quiet. We paid our rent on time. I just don't understand. I don't understand. I had another landlord after 3 years. It was like the 3-year mark. That's why we finally bought, because I was just tired of landlords. Same thing. After 3 years, they went off on my yard, which I had cleaned up because my mom was terminal, and went home for a couple of months. I come home to a voicemail yelling at me about my yard when there was absolutely nothing wrong with it. Nothing. And luckily, I had a little bit of life insurance, and I put a down payment down. I gave him my 30 days notice. And I'm just like, again, I was babysitting for her grandson, the landlord's grandson, because they got custody of the grandson. And we never had a problem with the daycare. We weren't partying. We were going to church, paying on time. I just don't understand. I don't understand people. It's late. Gotta go. Trivia. What's trivia tomorrow? See, I'm not up on everything's going on. I can't believe some of y'all are still here. That's pretty cool. To me, this is like, you know what? This is just like hanging with friends on Saturday night to me. I forgot all about it. Sorry. We have trivia night once a week. Join us tomorrow at 7 your time. I will write that down because I will forget. I'm not doing anything at that time. I'm hoping to get to Austin tomorrow because... Hey, Cher. No, there was a comet. I didn't even know. Because I watch YouTube and not news. Yeah. That's what's so cool about it. I mean, that's what I feel when I'm in somebody's chat, you know? It's just hanging with some friends with a common interest. That's why I like when we do fun stuff. I like doing this because, you know, I like to see Comet Apollo. I missed it. Yeah, we're just hanging out. Yeah. It's fun. And I like doing it on other people's channels too. It's super cool. Because I'll be honest, if I wasn't doing this, I would be a slug. My grandkids moved away. My son has I have a grandkid here, but he moved up to Dallas to go to school. So I haven't seen that grandson in a while either. His mom, I don't even want to go there. She took his son away for 4 years when he was about 7 or 8 months old, and we didn't see him again till he was close to turning 5. They're having a good relationship right now, but you know, Dallas, where he's at, it's a good, well, to get to his son, he was getting him every weekend until he went to school. It's probably 2.5 or more hours from school. I know. She was one of those that had that, you know, I never said an unkind word to her, yet she treated me like I was some sort of enemy. She even shoulder checked me one time in a elevator. We were there for a doctor's appointment. Oh, hey, Scooter Mom. What's up? All right, I got to put my earphones on.
Hey.
Mainly, this isn't because of an echo. My speakers on this computer suck. So, take this off.
I'm hoping that you can hear me because I don't want to move forward.
Oh, I can hear you. I hear you just fine.
Okay, good.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I know. It's late.
Okay, we are not doing another 5-hour.
No, we're not going to do that. We'll do another 20 minutes or so.
Although that last one was fun.
It was fun. It was fun. I wouldn't have stayed that long if it wasn't fun.
Yeah.
We'll be going through the tail. Okay. I'll see if I can see it outside. I don't know. Ooh, Kathy. Oh my goodness, that's sad.
Oh.
Yeah, that's sad. That is. Yeah, because I even said
at least he gave him up to your now husband. I mean, that's I'm assuming that's a better situation for your girls.
Mm-hmm. My stepdad wanted to adopt me in 5th grade, and my dad said no. And now I'm glad because my dad was in my life at that time, like every other Sunday or something. Because literally like a year and a half later, they got a divorce. Oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah. I get it. So that's why when I got married, I knew when I got married, it was because we broke up on purpose. Because we went our separate ways for off and on for after we graduated, just to make sure. And I'm like, well, I met this guy, dated this guy. I'm like, nah, I want to be with him because I got married forever, at least as close to forever as we can get. Because I watched my mom get married. At that time, she was married and divorced 3 times. And I was just like, and she kept marrying the same kind of guy. She kept making the same mistakes. Although, to be honest, my mom was a piece of work. It was kind of her fault, too. Oof. So I don't know. My grandmother was the reason I ended up halfway normal. At least my mom let me see my dad's grandma, because he left town when I was 14. He left his second family. And see, that mom wouldn't let my sister have anything to do with us. This was a different sister that I really never had a relationship with, because she was mad at my dad for leaving. My grandmother was a really good woman and very family oriented, and I learned a lot from her. So I think that's why I'm not a complete basket case. I would have been, I think, had I not had any guidance living with my mom. So yeah, I get the trauma that, I still don't equate my trauma to some of the stuff other people have had to deal with. But I get it.
But I think as Nora says, it's not a trauma Olympics. It's not, your trauma is better or worse than mine. It is all trauma and it all affects us. So I
True.
mean, the circumstances that the trauma takes place in can be usually is incredibly awful, and it's just different.
True. Yeah. See, and I applaud anybody that breaks the cycle, because I had to live with my mom and her mom in middle school, and they were the same. And thank goodness I promised myself I would never treat my kids that way. I wasn't perfect. I had problems because stemming from that, but I swore I would never do some of the things that she did. And that's all I ever told my kids, just be better than me. And
Hi, Danny.
they try. Huh? What'd you say?
I just said hi to Danny.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he's back again.
Yep.
My youngest daughter lives in the same town as him, just around from St. Mary. They just see each other now and then. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. My mom passed 99, so I was 30. My parents were gone by the time I was 30. So I didn't have to deal with her too much more after that. Because, like I said, we left, and he was smart. He knew we were going to get married, whether at the time that he went active duty, we weren't together. He called me up, said, I'm leaving 3 weeks. We're getting married. We weren't even engaged at that time. We'd been engaged twice before. And I was like, finally, there was a date. It was like, oh, we'll get married someday. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
But they said, well, where do you want to get stationed? He's like, what's the farthest away I can get stationed? And he picked California. We were in Ohio at the time. And it was actually a really, really good decision.
Yeah.
Although I do feel bad that my kids didn't get to grow up like with a lot of family like, we did. that has kind of had a little bit of a toll. Sometimes I wonder if the military was the best decision. I did want him to get out at 10 years and go back home. But, there's
Hmm.
pros and cons to both. Like, my son's never been married. He's 36. Thank God he dodged that bullet, because the girls he's been with, wow. Just wow. And what's sad is his son, who he didn't have any interaction with for most of his first 5 years, he's got issues. And I know it stems from her, because she's the kindest thing I can say is she was a nutbag.
Okay.
So, well, she's had 4 kids. She lost custody of the first two different dads. She lost custody of them. And if my son ever did fight her, I think he'd get full custody. He's just not prepared to do that just yet. They are getting along. They are working custody really well right now, and child support and all that. So I'm surprised, but I've told him, be careful. You never know when she'll switch. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Uh,
Kathy, I'm a single mom. I have been for 39 years. It just is what it is.
Yeah, my daughter's honestly been a single mom for most of the time. Her oldest is 12. And she surprised me. She works hard. She has worked 2 jobs when she needed to. They've always had, because I thought she was kind of selfish as a teenager. She's always made sure they have what they need. So I've been impressed with her work. She has my work ethic, actually. So she says she wants to make it work in California, so she makes like $2,400 a month. Her rent is $17. So and she doesn't have a car. She works at home, so thank goodness. She doesn't need
Yeah.
daycare. She's somehow has worked out doing the phone thing and having the baby, who's be 2 next month. When the kids get home from school, they help her out too. But that's only
Yeah.
been a couple weeks. Before that, she was still living. They were broke up and had to live together. She had everything of hers in the bedroom, and he had the living room. It was stressful. It was
Yeah,
very
I can
stressful.
imagine.
So
Yeah.
my husband co-signed for her apartment just to get her out of there.
Well, that was nice.
Yeah.
Mm.
Stress. I swear, they'll never stop being your kids. You think you're an empty nester one minute, and you're constantly still being their parents.
Mine still live with me, so
Mine have lived with me a lot, off and on.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, my daughter was married 2 times, and so we have a 3-bedroom. So in the 2 bedrooms, it was her husband, and the 2 kids. A couple times. So I have the camper now, and I was like, well, if you come back, we can put you in the camper.
Yeah.
It's a big camper. Like I said, she's in a 1-bedroom apartment right now, but luckily it's a fairly decent size, and she just needs a couch. Other than that, they're pretty set up pretty well. But I did tell her, the 12-year-old girl, I said, you have to have a place where she can have her own room by the time she's in high school. Because I had to
Yeah.
share a room in middle school too, because my grandmother moved in. It was okay, but luckily when high school hit, she moved out. Excuse me.
Here come the
Excuse me.
hiccups.
No, that was a burp. Sorry.
Well,
Not yet. So, what was I saying? Oh, yeah, she let me have the room by myself. Thank God. So I did tell her that.
Yeah.
My daughter, yeah. I mean, weird things happen in families.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. My daughter is such a hard worker. So this is why she got rid of her first husband, who was a soldier. He got kicked out of the army literally 3 days before she gave birth to their second child.
Oh
And they
boy.
moved in then. And she had 2 jobs by the time her baby was six weeks old. One of them was outside in the summer, Texas summer. And he was supposed to be he was sitting here playing video games in front of us. I'm like, in front of us, not looking for a job. And when he said to her, "Oh, well, I'll get a job at GameStop so I can get a discount on my games," she was like, she told us that, and I was like, "Devin," she goes, "Oh no, I got this." The next day, she kicked his
Yeah.
butt out.
Yeah.
I was like, okay.
Yeah. Both my girls have at one time or another had 2 jobs
Me too.
at the same time. They just, yeah. I mean, that's one thing I was able to teach them was, you have to work for your money and you have to make sure that you can cover all your expenses. So, one works full time at at one place. The other has worked for 20 years at one place and has taken on another job right next door. Um, Both are part-time jobs, so she's in effect working full time.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Red.
Yeah, I've not. And if she borrows money, which happens quite a bit towards the end of the month, she she is just, she will pay us back as soon as humanly possible. I
Yeah.
never have to worry about it. But my son, on the other hand, we had to help him with his deposit. Never saw it. I don't know what his deal is, but that's okay. But so she's really good with money. Matter of fact, her ex was not. She had to teach him.
Mm-hmm.
So, but being a single parent, you got to make that work. Because
Yeah.
I've never mentioned this before, because it's a big story. You got to get into it. But I got pregnant 7 days after graduation. And by the time I found out I was pregnant, Tom and I were broke up. I was in AIT, Army training, because I did a split option program where you take basic training between your junior and senior year. You go to your weekend drills for reserves, and then you go to your school for your job right after graduation. And I was in my school in the Army when I found out, and I didn't want to get married just because we had a baby. So I was a single mom pretty much till he was 2. We got married when he was a year and a half. Because, again, like I said, we figured out we did want to be together. I didn't want to do it just because we had a child.
Yeah.
But we didn't get housing until he was 2 years old. And we weren't together as a family till he was 2. So I was a single mom too for a little
Yeah.
while. So I get it. It was difficult. So let me look at. Oh, hey, Red. Forgot to say hi. Oh, yeah, we had to do that before. Yeah. Hey, appreciate it. We'll take it. I like this stuff.
My daughters and I still loan each other money and pay each other back.
We've had to
as
do
possible,
it.
kind of thing.
Like, I know she saves for rent till the 1st, and like my husband does not pay attention to the budget, and I'll be like, "Can I get a little bit to make sure we don't go into overdraft for like 2 days?" Just so it goes back and forth like that. But she paid her own deposit. She's paying her own rent. It's just one of our exes screwed up her rental credit.
Yeah.
So actually, it's not even a co-sign. She's not even on the lease, which I think is so weird. So my husband is renting an apartment
Oh, wow.
that we
In
don't live in.
California.
I don't know how that worked, but they worked it out. And I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
it's a nice complex. It's very secure. And it has a lot of good amenities. It was so weird. Her washer and dryer is on an app that you pay for, and like she can leave and it'll tell her when her load is done.
Oh, wow.
Isn't
That's
that
nice.
trippy?
Yeah.
Yeah, we do. Yeah. It's
Yep.
what families
That's right,
do.
Kathy.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. See, my husband and I's parents were too poor to ever borrow money. We just never did. We
Yeah.
figured it out on our own. But that was just the way it was,
Yeah.
That's kind of why he went in the army. He went pretty much kind of from high school. He had a part-time job. He just, without an education or college or anything, that was the best. That's why we hadn't gotten married. We couldn't afford it.
Mm-hmm.
So he went active duty, and then he was like, okay, we can do this now. I'm okay. So it's worked out for the most part. And being in ROTC in high school, I knew what to expect from the military. So there's some wives that can't handle it, the separation. It's hard. I found the best way to do it is just keep busy. Just volunteer, do extra things, just keep busy the whole time, the whole year.
Yeah.
So
I think for that kind of situation, you really have to be independent minded.
Yes. There was a wife of a soldier of his who just broke down into a puddle of water. I mean, I don't even know how to say it. When he would leave, just cry and lose it and couldn't handle it while he was gone. I'm like, why'd you become an army wife, girl? Did nobody tell you what was going to happen? Oh, yeah. Well, my mom, actually, I did borrow $100 off my mom one time. Yeah. And I paid it back next payday. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we was broke as F. When he was a private. Oh my, even though we had on-base housing, thank God. That was so worth it at that time. Because we didn't have to worry about rent or utilities. But you make less. Well, I wouldn't say you make less. When you live off post, you make more because you get what they call BAH. I don't know if you know this. Basic allowance for housing. And it goes by the area you live in. Like here, now it's around $1,100. And so people get married really quick. My daughter got married way too fast because the soldier is lonely. If they can get a girl, they want to nail her down because it's 10-1 male to female ratio here. And they want to get out of the barracks, which is horrible. And they think they're going to make extra money. They don't realize once they move into an apartment, that money goes to rent and utilities. You're not getting extra money.
Yeah. Yeah.
So both her soldier husbands had to figure that out. And they were like, this isn't what I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Yes, exactly. They don't. They don't. And usually what ends up happening with them is, how do they say it in the army? I can't remember the phrase, but they ended up finding somebody new while that soldier's gone for a year. It's usually what it is. There was one time when Facebook was fairly new. They were telling soldiers, don't let your Facebook girlfriend show up at your return ceremony with your wife.
Ooh.
Yep, that happened quite a bit. Or they returned home and their wife is 6 months pregnant. They've been gone for 12 months.
Uh-huh.
We've
Yeah.
seen a lot of that stuff happen, trust me.
That math didn't work.
Because there was one we knew of. She didn't come to the arrival ceremony because of that. And they were like, you need to. They kept them separated because it was going to go badly. They made him stay in the barracks.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't, just because. But yeah, my daughter did. My daughter married it, and I told her not to date soldiers. I didn't want her to, but it's impossible when you live 12 miles from post.
Yeah.
So her, she ended. This last guy wasn't a soldier. His dad bought a bar here because it was cheaper than in California, and put him in as like the manager and moved him out. And they'd been here about 5 years when my daughter met him. Well, his mom wined and dined them when they visited and promised all this help. So my daughter was like, oh, I want to move to California. They have money. Got there, no help. They lied. And then found out he was a great guy until they got away from here. And then he turned out to be a vindictive piece of crap. Yeah.
Yeah. I've never been married. I've been engaged a couple of times, but never got married. Yeah.
Yeah. Like my son, Maybe you'll find somebody. I hope so.
I mean, I don't know how well you're going to see it, but I have my Jensen Ackles body pillow. I'm
good. My God, I love him. He is so hot. He is so hot. Oh my gosh.
Oh,
yes.
And he's got 3 shows on Prime this season.
Oh my God.
Plus he's been on Tracker.
Really? I haven't finished that show yet. I haven't finished that show.
Oh, well, it's
have you heard him
back
sing?
Actually tomorrow, I think.
Have you heard him sing?
Yes. I have all of his albums. I know, radio company.
I didn't know he had albums.
They're on. Do you have Spotify? They're on Spotify.
No, I use Amazon Music, but I can go look.
You might be able to find it on there too. I'm
or
not
I'll
sure.
order the CD.
Yeah.
Oh my God. They live here in Austin, right?
I know. Well, actually, Jensen and his family moved to Connecticut.
They did? When did they do that?
They did. About a year ago.
Oh my goodness. Because both of them lived in Austin for a while.
I know. Well, I mean, he still goes back to Austin because he's still got family
I don't blame him.
that
it's hot
area.
As crap here. I would love to go north.
Yeah.
I've always said I want to go to Canada.
They were actually in Austin for a supernatural convention in August.
Oh my gosh, I wish I had known about that. I would have gone.
And they did a show. The radio company did 2 nights in a bar there. Crap, I don't remember the name of it right now. But
there's
get
so many
this.
Bars. There's like 100 bars here.
And there was a major heat wave at the time, like worse than your usual, and the air conditioning broke down. And they still
Betty Bob passed out. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Drenched. He was drenched in no time on stage both nights.
What's Blue Rodeo? Must explain. I don't know what that means. Yeah, I haven't finished Supernatural yet. I'll binge watch a little bit. I know. I'm like, but I did start the second series, the Winchesters. I started that. The thing is, I'll start a series and then I'll get into something else or I'll get distracted and I won't. There's so many things I haven't finished. And a lot of it is I don't want it to end.
Yeah.
That's
I'm
part of it.
so hooked on Supernatural. I have rewatched the entire series. I watched it from the beginning when it debuted all the way through, and I have rewatched it. For us in Canada, it's on Prime, and I
Yeah.
think it's on Netflix for the States. Um, I've watched it through at least 3 times since it ended,
Oh my gosh.
and one of my daughters bought me the whole DVD set and the DVD for the Winchesters.
Wow. So how many
Yeah,
seasons are there in Supernatural total?
15.
Okay, I think I got to season 10. I need to
Okay.
finish. And what's sad is I've seen a couple accidentally about the ending. Well, I'm trying to ignore it. Same thing happened with
Yeah.
Lost. I was almost done with Lost and I saw something that gave away the ending and I quit.
Uh yeah. Well, don't let that discourage you because there's so much that you might not have seen that you'll miss out on if you don't
I
watch
I'm gonna
all the
finish
way
it.
through.
You know
Yeah.
what? Right now I just finished rewatching Eureka for the third time.
Mhm.
Have you ever watched that?
No.
Oh, you might like it. So there's 5 seasons. I love the main actor. It's funny as heck. It's based in Oregon, but it was filmed in Canada,
Mhm.
and it's about a town that was created many decades ago for all these top, you know, what's the word? Geniuses to live and work. And there's a dome around it that you can't see, and they have this global dynamics company where they can do all these experiments, and things are always going wrong, and the main character is the sheriff, and he's always helping and fixing everything. It's hilarious, and you got to watch it. It's so good. Go check it out.
Okay.
It's
Up
funny.
here, sorry, up here, I don't know
Huh?
how clearly you can see it. It's an autographed picture of Jensen and Jared.
Oh
Yeah,
no, I can't see it.
I won it. I won it from someone in the Twitter fan group for Supernatural.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying, Lori.
Oh, Lori, cool.
That's cool. But yeah, I need to finish
I'm
that.
gonna I'm gonna
Did
search
you hear the
for
controversy
Eureka.
around the Winchester stuff? I had heard that
Um,
Jensen and what
Jared.
Jared Jensen had like worked on the show, was about to, got a contract, was going to do
And
it, and
Jared
he didn't
didn't hear
know
about it until it was announced. Yeah. Well, the
that.
thing is, I mean, they worked that out. They talked on the phone and worked it all out. And Jensen did apologize for not letting Jared know.
Oh, good.
A lot of people in entertainment get very superstitious about projects that they're working on until they're
Leaking.
actually a go. And Jensen is
Right.
like that. And he
Yeah.
even explained that at one of the conventions because there were a lot of questions about that whole thing.
Right.
But yeah, he felt badly for not saying anything to Jared. The problem was the timing with the announcement. He was trying to get a hold of everyone that he needed to tell them before it was announced, but he was also working on a show at the time and was on set the whole day that it was being announced, and so he couldn't even get to make phone calls because he
Oh,
was on set, and he
I
was
see.
trying to, but and he had like a zillion messages on his phone when the news came out, and he got back to his trailer and looked at his phone and went, oh crap, you know.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I'm
but
glad they
yeah, I
worked it
mean,
out.
yeah, yeah. I think it blew up a lot bigger in the fandom than it did between the two of them.
Well,
And
that would
unfortunately,
probably be a lot like,
Jared's response on Twitter kind of fanned the flames, even though that's not what he was trying to do.
well,
You
it's just
know?
like any, like we were talking before, any community, people
Yep.
on the outside looking in that don't, it's going to be a controversy a bit. Because, I didn't know anything else other than he wasn't told. I didn't know about the after effects of it.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. But no, they worked all of that out. They're
yep.
really good friends. They are like brothers. So
Yeah. I'm glad they made up.
sorry, I'm just going back because I think we missed some stuff in the chat.
Probably did. But yeah,
Yeah.
Jared was in
Lori,
Oh, I love Gilmore
yes, he
Girls.
was. Lori, I do when I saw you said Blue Rodeo, I was like, wait, I know that name.
I just looked
So
it
I'm
up
pretty
because I
sure that
couldn't.
I have, yeah, I'm sure I've listened to them when I still used to listen to the radio. So yeah, I'm quite sure I enjoyed them. Um, one of your exes, his mom used to babysit Geddy Lee from Rush. Oh, really? Cool.
I know, right? Trippy.
Yeah.
Well, what was funny is when I was in high school, I listened to pop and country. I thought
Hmm.
Rush and Pink Floyd was druggy music. Yeah. So when went in the army and I got to my hometown in my senior year, I was hanging out with a lot of people that had went active duty in the late 70s, and then they went reserves, and they started there, so they were older, and they started
Hmm.
playing me all this stuff, and I'm like, oh my god, that's so cool. that's,
Hmm.
that's how I finally got into the 70s
Yeah.
rock and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I was into 70s rock. I also was into disco, and I am not afraid to say it. Um,
I love the
but
Bee Gees.
yeah, me too. But I also grew up with classical music being played around the house all the time, both of my
I even like
parents.
that too. I love everything
I
except
liked
opera.
I like some of it, but to be honest, I can um be overloaded on that very easily. I think because of that.
I
Yes,
like
Lori.
Tchaikovsky.
Disco
I like
forever. I used to love especially Donna Summer. Oh, the voice on
Yep.
that woman is
Yep.
amazing. I actually not too long ago, I don't remember there was a documentary on the history of disco, but I don't remember the title of it. Um, and it started underground, mostly in like primarily gay clubs.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
I
yes,
remember.
very fun to dance to. Yeah.
I
I
loved
remember
the
going
dance
to
when I
high
was
school
younger.
dances. Yeah, I remember going to high school dances just to be able to dance to that music. Yep.
Yep. Yeah.
I for the moment, for the time of the school dance, I was able to really come out of my shell.
We had, for some reason, especially my sophomore year, we had a dance every Friday night after the football game,
Hmm.
which, because I didn't realize other schools only have dances every once in a while. We had them every week, and I thought it was so cool.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then in ROTC, we had the military ball every year, and we had 3 schools that would combine for the dance, and it was like a prom. You
Ah,
wore a prom dress.
yeah.
Tom and I won a dance trophy 2 years in a row.
Cool.
That was 80s dancing when it was way more simple than it is now.
Yeah.
But yeah. Ooh. But and then like when I got here, there was this great dance club we used to go to. It was so much fun. That would have been 95, 96. But it's gone and it's a country bar now. But it had a 3-level dance floor that was lighted. And it was open till 4 a.m. even though last call for alcohol was 1:30. We only did this like one summer for a few weeks because we would literally dance till they closed and then go eat breakfast. And then
Sagebrush.
Sorry.
Sorry.
No, what's that?
They played at the Sagebrush.
Oh.
In August. Actually, not right now, but if you want, the performances from both nights are up on YouTube. I can send you the links to them if you want. Sure, for Radio Company.
All right. That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've watched the little band from Supernatural on YouTube a bunch of times. That was so cool. I had no idea until recently.
The little band from Supernatural?
Or the big band. Yeah. Because there was some other guys on Supernatural that play instruments. And Jensen would
okay.
sing.
Yeah. Loud and Swing.
Yeah.
Loud and Swing. Yeah.
They would like kind of play at the Comic-Cons and stuff like that.
Yep. They still do.
Yeah. I gotta go to one of those.
Did you know that the guy who played Chuck and the woman who played Rowena are together? Oh. They're a couple. They weren't back then, but they got together after, and they now have a little baby girl between them together. Yep.
That's so good.
And the guy, okay, do you remember Benny the vampire that Dean met in Purgatory?
Vaguely.
Sorry, going off on a tangent here. Okay, so the guy who played Benny, his name is Ty. And did you see Garth, the hunter? He was very scrawny. He was funny.
Yes, yeah. I remember him.
So
the first
guy who played Benny.
All right.
He was the vampire that Dean met in Purgatory. He's played by a guy named Ty. So now Ty and DJ Qual, who played Garth, are engaged.
Oh, yeah, I know this guy. Totally. The vampire. Totally. I looked him up. Totally know that guy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, I love April Wine too, Kathy and Lori. Yeah, I watch anytime there's a Supernatural con and it's uploaded on YouTube by someone, I watch it. There's a con this weekend actually in
I haven't looked
North
for a
Carolina,
while, so I'm probably
I think.
behind.
So yeah, I watch for it when it comes up on YouTube because that's an expense I could never afford. So
oh my goodness,
not live.
Kathy.
So I get to watch it online. I'm trying to remember another famous Canadian band that played for our school. I brought them home for supper. Oh wow.
That's pretty cool. Oh my god, I love Triumph. So many people don't know about them. I had their cassette. Oh my god, I love Triumph. Love them.
Love Triumph too. Oh, what about the Guess Who?
Yep.
And Bachman Turner Overdrive.
Yep. I know them.
You hit a comment? Uh-oh.
Oh, I didn't catch it. No. I know.
I don't know.
Oh my gosh, I love those guys. lately, I'm
Northern
weird.
Pikes.
I've been
I
listening
don't think
to
I
a
know them.
K-pop band.
Kathy, it'll come to you when you're not thinking about it.
Yep, in about an hour when we're off.
Yeah.
What happens to me? Oh, Northern
Honeymoon
Pikes or
Suite.
the one you can't remember?
I know, Kathy. That's when I throw in the I have brain farts. You're throwing guesses. Okay, Lori.
That's why I said the age group that I have
Yeah.
works well with me.
Yeah.
You know what? I will bring it up because it's changed. I actually went a little younger recently, but what? And so what was funny is I was in Vegas with Andy from Popcorn Planet, and we had somebody there. She thought she was the oldest Planeteer. She was like 73, and she was there, and we were talking. And he looked at his analytics. I didn't know what that meant till I had a YouTube channel.
Mm-hmm.
And so let's see what it says again. Analytics. All right. So audience. Let's see what it says now. Okay. See, I went younger. Yay! I have. Oh my gosh, it's just different. So I literally was like 45 to 54 and up. Now 25 to 34, 13.7%. 35 to 44, 11%. Oh my gosh. That is so awesome. So 45 to 54 is 15%. 55 to 64, 37%. 65 plus 21%. So 40, 50, about 60% is 55 and up. So I get that. But I've never had the 25 to 34 before. That's new.
Mine
Awesome.
seemed to be 45 to 64.
Yeah, that's what I was. I don't know how I got anybody younger. I'll have to figure that out. I might ask the chat. Who is
Yeah.
under 44 and why? I think that's so fun. Let's see, what do we got going on here? Trooper. Oh. I don't know who Trooper is. You guys probably do. Helix. I'm assuming this is Canadian stuff.
Yeah, they're Canadian bands. Yeah.
Yeah. You got to hug them.
That's so cool, Kathy.
That is cool.
It was Helix that you brought. Oh, wow. Cool. Very cool.
Yeah. Let me bring this up. So I moved my light to beside the camera. It seems to be working.
Yeah.
So that worked out. Yeah, I never
I'm still trying to work my webcam. It has a ring light on it, but I can't remember, and I have misplaced the instructions on how to get it to the warm color, and it's just a guess.
Oh, is that what you did, Susan? Was that you? Just this.
Oh. Did I go to the gasworks? No, I didn't, Lori.
Is he Canadian?
Oh yeah, Justin Bieber. Yes, he is. I did go to the Spectrum when it was still around. Lori, I don't know if you recall that. It was a big dance bar.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Club. Yeah.
I'm looking at it.
I actually, during that time, I actually for a little while dated a DJ that worked there.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, those bars they were fun as long as you were with friends and you watched out for each other. I'll just say that.
Toronto? In
Yep.
old Toronto? Ah,
Yeah, the Spectrum.
I brought it up. Boy, man, you can find anything on the internet. Oh,
Yeah.
there they are. Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh
Never leave your drink. Yep. Uh-oh.
no. Shh.
The hiccups.
No.
Uh, might have been. You know what? I don't even remember anymore.
We never even had a table when we would go.
It was somewhere in that area, Lori. I don't honestly. I don't remember.
Yeah, we never walked. But back in when I was going, we didn't know
Yes.
about the drinks thing. But we always went kind of as a group, thank goodness. So nobody could like do anything to us.
Mm-hmm.
So thank goodness. It was usually mostly us girls. And honestly, we mostly us girls dance together.
Yep.
So
Yep.
it was funny. My husband doesn't like to dance as much as me, and when he got back that summer from Panama, he went with me, and I literally had 5 wedding rings on. It's a long story, but I had a 3-piece. I had the toxic friend. At first, I liked her, and she didn't have a wedding ring, so I bought a 2-piece wedding band set, and I wore the other one on this hand, the left hand, and gave her
Mm-hmm.
the small one so she had a ring. And anyway, this guy starts dancing with me way too close. And I'm like, dude, I have 5 wedding rings on. He still didn't back off. I go, all right, that's my husband over there. And he's like, oh, okay. And left. I was like, thank goodness. Tom was just sitting. It was trippy. It was trippy.
Yeah. I used to wear fake wedding band
Smart.
or fake engagement ring
Yep. Smart.
back then. Yeah. Of course now they don't fit me anymore.
See, I didn't even know that was a thing in the 70s. I thought that was kind of new. The spike
Yeah,
in
I
the
didn't
drink.
know that either.
Yeah.
But then we
They
learned
have
about Bill Cosby. So yeah.
that broke my heart.
Yeah.
That broke my heart. After that, I didn't trust anybody anymore in Hollywood. I don't trust nobody. I just don't. And
Um
especially and that was before all this other stuff.
I used to work at the CNE accidentally because back then the Hockey Hall of Fame was down on the CNE grounds, and I had a
What's that?
summer job at the Hockey Hall of Fame, the CNE, the Canadian National Exhibition. It's a 3-week fair with all kinds of rides
Oh, okay.
and food, and I don't
Sounds
even know
fun.
what else. Yeah.
I worked
But
when I
I had a pass to get into the CNE because I worked in the Hockey Hall of Fame. So that summer, my best friend, well, she was my best friend back then. Uh, she and I used to go. I'd use my pass to get in. She'd pay her fare to get in on the grounds, and we would just hang out there, go on all the
that
rides.
sounds like fun.
Oh, cool. I don't think I ever went there, Lori. I went to Ontario Place a lot. My dad actually, when he was still alive, his jazz trio, played
Ooh,
at the Forum at Ontario Place,
that sounds fun.
which was pretty cool.
Yeah, I don't have any like
Watermelon? Oh, I don't think I
claim
know
to
that one.
fame. You
The
probably
one that I the one ride that I would go on over and over and over again was the one that you would go backwards. You would sit backwards and it would spin. It would speed up
oh
gradually, and they played the best music.
oh I think I was on the same ride and had a near death experience. It just goes in a
Oh,
circle and you're in a car and
yep.
they play loud
And
music.
who is sitting in the center, or more closer to the center of the wheel, ends up squishing the person at the outer edge.
Okay.
Yes, Polar Express, Lori.
Yep.
Thank you.
So I was a kid.
That's the one.
My
Mm-hmm.
mom, my two stepbrothers, and I got in one of those cars. I was on the outer edge. And
Mm-hmm.
like I said, I was a kid and it's going really fast. And I start almost flying out of the car because you just have the
Oh,
bar.
wow.
And my
Yeah.
mom kept me in the car by she was on the, so my two brothers were in the middle. She's reaching over. She grabbed my hair
Oh,
and
no.
kept me from flying out. And we're trying to, there was a DJ with a window.
Yep.
Yeah. And we're trying to get his attention to slow the thing down. And oh my God, it was a county fair. And
Uh-huh.
yeah, I never went on that again. And then I found out I get motion
No, I
sickness,
never
anything
went on
going in a
that, Lori.
circle. That
Yeah.
was freaky. I didn't go to a county
I
fair for a long time.
Yeah, I guess. I have never been one for roller coasters. You get to the top, and that, when you're going down and the stomach in your throat feeling, I have problems with that.
We had a wooden one in Ohio in
Oh,
Kings Island called the Beast that I rode a bunch of times. But
mm,
yeah. My favorite ride. So I had my best friend, I told you, had the great remote.
mhm.
He was paralyzed in Vietnam. So he worked from home with jewelry, and he sold comic books. So when I was
Ah,
8, 9, 10 years old, I worked every summer for him. I had these muscles at 9 years old, you wouldn't believe. Because a
uh-huh.
box held 500 comic books. And so
Oh,
he would do the Ohio State Fair every year, and we'd get paid to help him. And then we
mhm.
get given $5. This was like 1980, 1980, 1979, 1980. And we would get to go to the fair because we had a pass. Do you remember the pirate ship? The big pirate ship? Have you ever seen that? It just
Yep.
swings.
Yep.
That was my favorite ride. We did that like 12 times one day. That was my favorite because it didn't go in a circle, but it was fun.
Yeah. Lori, yeah, I know. We used to do that kind of thing too, but I don't remember the jumbo jet.
That's funny. Fairs are fun, but scary too.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I would always worry that on the county fairs, did they put the right bolt in? We have a
Yeah.
picture. We were on an airplane and we happened to be like right by the wing. And there was this bolt that was missing.
Oh no.
And we were like, oh my gosh. And lately, stuff has been happening with Boeing planes. And I'm like, maybe we
Yes.
should have mentioned that missing bolt.
Mm,
Yep.
right. But
Oh my
it's
gosh.
also not really up to the passengers. That should have been checked and fixed before the plane went into service.
You would think.
Yeah. I mean,
That's
there's not
funny.
much you can do about it when you're in the air.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's what my son's taking
Wow.
school for. Airplane maintenance and something. Airplane maintenance and something. Can't remember. But he doesn't really want to do the planes. He wants to do drones.
Hmm.
Because he doesn't they said besides doctors, his job is the most, what's the word they used? Litigated and responsible, because you're responsible for a whole plane of people.
Oh, yeah.
He doesn't want to do that. So he wants to go
Yeah.
work on drones so he doesn't have to deal with he got a line on a job from somebody that he'll probably get when he's done with school.
Hmm.
Oh wow. So
Oh,
I'm
Kathy, you
assuming
got me beat.
so all of you guys are in like Canada? That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Wow. I'm from Ohio,
Canada's
which is like
strong.
really close. When I was
Yeah.
15, I wanted to move to Canada.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I knew the bridge over there wasn't that far away. I think it was in Michigan or something.
There's one in Detroit.
Maybe that was the one. Yeah.
And there's one, well, of course, Niagara Falls. There's an entry from there.
I think I didn't look at that one because
I
the
don't
other
know
one was closer.
I can't remember where it is in the States. I just know it's Niagara Falls in Canada.
Yeah. Detroit sounds about right. That was about 3-ish hours from me.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. But I told my husband I'm so sick of Texas. I said, I don't care how far north we have to go. We'll go to Canada in the summer. I don't care. I'm done. I'm so done.
It gets hot here too. Trust.
I know.
Hot and humid.
It's happening everywhere now.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll go as far north as I have to. Okay, Lori. 3 Loris. I saw somebody call her 3 Loris one day. I like that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Lori
We're at
3.
3.5 hours. We might be doing one of our marathons again, Scooter Mom.
Uh-oh. See, I knew when I clicked that link, I'm like, don't make it super long. Do not make it super long.
And I knew you would click on it too.
You know, it depends. Honestly, it really does depend on my mood. But for some reason, when I'm in your chat for your late night, I'm like, yeah, okay, fine.
Oh, cool. Thanks. I like
but yeah, a lot of times I'm like, no, I'm not up for camera today.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what?
Yeah,
it's been
Kathy.
3 hours and 37 minutes.
Wild.
I have to tinkle. I'm like, I went right before I had 7 minutes on the timer. I'm like, okay, I'm going to go take a potty break.
Yeah.
And didn't think I was going to go this long. So guess what? You get to entertain everyone. Talk amongst yourselves. I got to go tinkle.
Well, I hope everything comes out all right.
Me too. I'll be right back.
The problem is I probably have to go too, but I can't tell yet. Oh, it's a weird thing that happened after my back surgery. It's like I don't get a normal signal to go anymore. This is like too much information. Let's change the subject back to Jensen Ackles. Why not? I have to admit, everything that I have heard and read about him makes me like, yeah, if he were willing, I would be a cougar just for him. No one else, but for him. Because I think he's like 46 now. But I think I'll probably just have to settle for my body pillow. Oh, gosh. Lori bringing up all those band names, and you too, Kathy, that just like takes me right back. And I'm like, oh yeah, whatever happened to them? I think I'm talking to myself because Kathy said she needed to go potty too. Lori said she'd be right back. I don't know who else is in the chat because nobody else is talking.
I'm back.
Thank God.
Stay. Oh.
I think everybody took a potty break except me.
Oh, good for you. It's about time. It was needed after 3.5 hours.
Well, that's the funny thing. I'm not sure that anybody or that I have to go, but everybody else seems to have disappeared for the moment.
Which Canada weather? What's going on up there, y'all?
Well, I think it's everywhere in general, but we're experiencing different weather from what we're used to as
Oh
well.
yeah.
Like it usually in September, by the second week, we're all like grabbing our windbreakers or light
Yeah.
jackets or something. And I only had to do that this past week. So
Mm.
our warm season, it wasn't like super hot, humid, but our that's okay, Kathy. But our warm weather extended
Ours
into
too.
October. Yeah.
Because
And
I've
so
said
that's kind of weird.
we've worn t-shirts on Halloween, but like almost needing a jacket. Not like, oh my gosh, my air conditioner won't shut off
Yeah.
in October. It's pretty
5
bad here
degrees
too.
there? Really, Lori? Wow.
Where are you, Lori? I know you said, but I probably forgot
I believe it, Kathy.
earlier.
She's just south
Canada.
of Edmonton in Alberta, Canada.
Hey, Elron Hubco.
Hi, L. Ron
Ah!
Hubcolt.
It
Nice to
surprises
see
me
you.
how many night owls there are. I thought I
Yeah.
was the only one.
Well, I'm
Just
not sure that it's night for L. Ron Hubcolt because he's in Denmark.
oh, that's right. I forgot. My fiber brain. Yep. We are begging the weather gods. We have so many things to fix on our house, and we're waiting for the
Mhm.
weather to break. It's too hot. We need to
Yeah.
paint because you can only paint during certain degrees. We
Yeah.
need to. We want to put a new roof on. It's we
Jeez.
gotta wait for everything.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so what is it? Now we've been having cool nights and then freaking hot days because my husband works at night. He had to take his jacket with him.
Actually, Lori, I had the TV on and I haven't looked at it in ages. It's 9 Celsius here
And I have no
at
idea what that means.
20 to 3 in the morning. So that's about, let's see, 18 plus 32.
See, that takes
Math.
math. I can't do that.
50. I lost my brain.
Oh, oh gosh, Elron. It is 8:40 in the morning.
So, wow.
Oh,
8:40 in the
Canton,
morning.
Ohio.
Wow.
That's not far from where I lived. We went to Canton for one of my reserve army training. So that's where the Football Hall of Fame is. Yeah, 71. It's 76 here. My windows suck. It's hard to open them because I never do.
So it's basically 9 degrees Celsius is basically in the 50s for
Oh,
you.
wow. That's chilly. For
Yeah.
us in Texas, when it gets to 50, we cry. Oh, it's 50.
Yeah.
I'm going to die. And I'm from Ohio, but I've been here too long. Because
Yeah.
I remember in high school it being 20 degrees outside, open coat, no scarf, don't care. Now it gets 50 and I'm like, oh my God, it's so cold. We're going to die.
Oh.
Wow. I never thought I never had on my radar, oh, I'm going to move to Texas for 30 years. 30, oh, we're at 31, yeah. 31 years now. Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
I loved Monterey, California. We didn't take advantage of it when we lived there because we were poor. He was a private.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't even, the Monterey Aquarium is like internationally renowned. We never went. It was too poor.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
that's like Toronto, the CN Tower and that kind of stuff. It's great for tourism, but I've been to the CN Tower once. Oh no, sorry, twice.
In
So,
March, my
and
AC
like
will
a
be on.
long time ago. Okay, Lori.
So needy. Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Oh, you guys are so cool. I just love it. I was singing this when I went to the restroom. Sorry that I thought about it then, but we are going to meet. I don't care what it takes, but we are going to meet
Yeah,
somehow. We'll
we'll have
have
a
a
good
meetup
time.
we'll have a Canadian meetup. I don't care. We're going to figure this out. So,
Oh.
because I plan, I kind of helped a little bit plan part of the meetup in Vegas. You know, we went
Mhm.
to Vegas for Popcorn Planet. I never went to the Strip. Wasn't interested at all because the
Yeah.
meetup was on Fremont Street, which is the old Strip where the locals go.
Mhm.
Never even wanted or was interested in the actual Strip. So,
Yeah.
but I just went to meet. It was the first time I ever traveled by myself, like without kids or a husband. It was kind of
Yeah.
cool, but kind of weird. That
Mhm.
was November before, so 2 years ago, I think.
Hmm.
So that was fun because I've watched Aaron. You know, he didn't see the point of members and he didn't see the point of meetups. He thought a meetup was he would go somewhere and people would show up. He doesn't understand that a community like this, you plan a meetup so everybody can have time to plan to come. Because he was surprised at how many people drove from a long distance with like a week or
Mhm.
so's notice. I watched the Vegas trip for Popcorn Planet get planned months in advance. We had people from Belgium fly in.
Wow.
We had
Mhm.
people from all over fly in for that.
Yeah.
And so I really want to do an SPTV meetup like that. They just did that cruise and you know, if
Yeah.
I'd had more notice, I would have done that. Oh, Donny Osmond. Oh, oh. I grew up on the Donnie and Marie show.
Yeah. Yep.
Um,
We watched them too.
mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah, Cat.
yeah, that's true. That's true. It is true. It is a bit. It is a bit big. That's why I
Yeah.
kind of I know people want to grow their channel, but I kind of like where I am right now. I like
Yeah.
that it's not huge and that I can interact with every single chat comment. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I didn't do this to get big. I didn't do this to make money. And I tell everybody how much I've made. I've got before the super chats tonight because they won't pay out until you've got $100. And
Mhm.
so I got the first amount, and then I'm at last time I checked, I was at like $27. But I didn't even know I was watching somebody else AdSense that you have to set up. It's a pain in the butt. You have to go in there to add the ad revenue. I didn't know that
Mhm.
till recently.
Mhm.
I
Mhm.
don't even know if I'm going to do it. Oh, purple. Oh, I'm thinking about
Oh.
doing my room now in plum purple. Thinking about doing an accent wall with I love silver. In my room,
Mhm.
I love purple. Oh, in San Antonio. If you ever get a chance to come to Texas, I took excuse me, family member that ever visited and the Girl Scouts one time for a weekend to San Antonio. They have this thing called the River Walk. It's below street level. A guy that designed like New Orleans designed it.
Mm.
It's tropical, all these restaurants and stuff. And there's a walkway. It's beautiful. And across the street is the Alamo. So what's cool is everything is free for a day trip. The Alamo, the missions, and then you can go on the River Rock for free. The only thing you pay for is your meal at a restaurant. But
Wow.
there's the River Center Mall. And in
Mm-mm.
the River Center Mall is a store that only sells things that are purple.
Ah,
It's called
wow.
Perfection or Purposely. Let me look it up because I keep forgetting. It's been years. And I got a mouse pad, a mug. There's a mug that says the purple philosophy. Oh my gosh. And it smells
Oh,
like grape.
wow.
The whole place smells like grapes. It was so much fun.
Wow.
And it still
That
exists.
sounds great.
It was so much fun.
And
It was.
purple is my favorite color, so I'm like,
Me
yes.
too. Let's see. Purple. I can never remember the actual name. I always get it wrong. Oh, let's see. River Center.
Oh, we had an orange and green and I don't even know what else colors couch back in the 70s.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, it was so ugly.
Primarily
Yeah, Kathy, I
purple.
agree.
That's what it's called. Primarily purple.
Oh, nice.
Yep. Let me see if I can get you a picture. That would be cool. I don't know if you can see it.
I wonder if they have a website.
They do. I've looked at it.
Ah,
Let's see. Let's see. All right. I don't know if you're going to be able to see it. It's
hang on a
hard.
sec.
If I do it, you can't. You know what? Hold on. I learned
Why
how
don't
to
you
do
put
this.
the link in the chat?
I am. Hold on. Primarily purple store. There we go. Oh my goodness.
Kathy.
I love this place. I haven't been to San Antonio for a while. Let's see. How do I copy?
Come on now.
All right.
My computer is not cooperating.
Can you see it?
Hang on a second.
I did a share for it. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, I had to reload the aha. Oh, nice.
I know.
Oh,
Isn't
yeah.
that fun?
Yeah.
Okay, I've got the link. Oh my gosh. Every time I ever went there. So I used to have all their stuff. It's been years since I've been there though. But I love the fact that it smelled like grapes. I don't know what smelled like grapes, but it smelled like grapes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had
That's
the
so cool.
yeah. Oh my gosh. Really? Yep. Oh my goodness. And then I put the link in there. Yeah. Every time I went down there, I had to go there.
So you said they're in San Antonio?
Yeah, they're at the end of so there's a canal downtown
Mm-hmm.
San Antonio, and that's what the river walk is on, and you can take a boat. It seats like 20, 30 people maybe. We got a military discount. Whoop. I always tried to take it at the end of the day to rest.
Yeah.
And at the end of this river walk they created was this River Center Mall. You could get off the boat and go in. I never did that exactly. I took it but anyway, the River Center Mall is like 2 or 3 stories. It's got stores and like a cinema and all
Mm-hmm.
that in it. It's pretty cool. If you ever come to Texas or San Antonio, and what I liked about it is I would take relatives or friends that visited there because the Alamo was right there.
Yeah.
across the street. And then you went through this hotel with nothing but water and fountains to get down to the Riverwalk. The only thing about the Riverwalk, it was about this wide, and I can't believe I never got pushed into the water. It was so narrow. I always was afraid somebody would just, and I was in.
Oh, Kathy,
Uh,
that's funny.
the Osmonds have their own like theater in Branson, Missouri. Last,
Oh,
I
really?
don't know, long time. Branson, Missouri. If you've never heard of it, have you ever heard of it?
Mm-mm.
Okay, so they created this town in Branson, Missouri that is like nothing but like shows, like singers, and a lot of like they took it away from like New York and Vegas and made Branson, Missouri. They literally from the ground up. And it's nothing but shows and singers, a lot of artists. They'll buy their own theater and do like, you know, how they do like a Vegas residency where they
Yeah.
sing like for a year. That's what it's like. Only
Oh,
they
cool.
own the theater and they do it year after year after year. They hire themselves. They don't have to go to Vegas. And so and it's family oriented. It's not, ooh, so a lot of families go there. I've never been there.
Hmm.
It sounds pretty cool.
Yeah.
Uh, oh, Lori, huh? That's so cool. Yep, I'm right next to Colleen. Funny side note, Colleen in 2009, I think it was Newsweek, but I'm not sure, was the best cost of living in the nation. Not anymore, but it was then. Yeah, they do bus tours. Yeah, it's a big tourist town, a lot of buses and stuff. Yeah. So it's like the family friendly Vegas in a way. That's the only way I could describe it. But I've always wanted to go there. I don't know who, but I know the Osmonds play there, but I don't know who else.
Mhm.
Marie Osmond, man, has aged well. Man, I wish I could look like her.
I'm not sure that it's all natural,
No, it's not.
as much as I love her.
If you give me the name of her doctor, me and him might have a discussion.
Right? Yeah.
My husband, my dad lived in New Orleans for 14 years.
Oh, wow.
He was he worked security at a hotel one street over from Bourbon Street. Do you know about New Orleans and Bourbon Street? It's,
Yes.
yeah. My son, who at the time was 2, I was on my way to California for the government housing, and my dad, he, like I said, he left when I was 14. We had no contact till I was 21, and
Mhm.
I was on my way to California, and I stopped to visit him in New Orleans. And we were on Bourbon Street in April on a Thursday night. And that was too much for me. I could not imagine Mardi Gras. Oh my
Mm.
gosh. Anyway, Christopher fell down and got his first black eye on Bourbon Street.
Oh, jeez.
So my dad lived on St. Charles, which is the street with the trolley, and he would watch the Mardi Gras go by his house. So, but yeah, I could never deal with Mardi Gras. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. Oh, probably a
I
lot.
know.
Her or Dolly Parton. I want their doctor.
Right? Um, I know that I keep bringing it back to him, but
It's
Jensen apparently goes to Mardi Gras pretty frequently because his wife Danielle is from New Orleans
oh, that
and
makes
a
sense.
lot of her family still lives there. So they go
They
there quite
probably
a bit.
they probably know the right places to go and stuff.
Yeah. He
Yeah.
was actually crowned king of one of the things. I don't know
Oh,
exactly
yeah, I
how
know
they
what you
do it.
mean.
A couple of
Yeah.
years ago. Yeah.
Cool. When
Mhm.
I went, I bought a bunch of masks and posters, and my dining room in California was all the masks and posters on the wall. I don't
Oh
have it,
wow.
hardly any of them anymore. But man, that was so much fun. My dad, that was the perfect place for him. He was an alcoholic. He liked to drink. He was one of those functioning alcoholics that went to work, did his job. After
Yep.
work, he worked like 11 to something to 11, and then he'd go to the bar. He'd go home, and okay, I had a point to this. I just forgot. Oh, he made chili one time. My chili
Mhm.
doesn't have any real spice in it. You can doctor it all you want. It's really plain, but everybody loves it. He made chili one time that none of us could eat. He had to put a towel around his neck because he sweat so bad from the spice. We're like, Dad, can you put spice in later in your bowl? So New Orleans was perfect for him. He loves
Yeah.
spicy stuff. Oh my gosh. I cannot. Uh-oh.
Uh,
No. It took me 4 hours. So, oh, we're not going to go 5 hours. Scooter Mom. 4 hours in.
Oh gosh.
Where were you, Jordan?
Lori, are you okay? Do you need to go to bed?
Probably. We'll probably put a lot of people to bed tonight.
Yeah.
You're
I'm
jet
usually
lagged. Where'd you
telling
go?
I'm usually telling Jen in her chat to go to bed now.
Yeah. I've seen her sometimes. Oh my goodness. When I'm looking, I'll go in and lurk.
Mhm.
I don't always say anything because I'm only there a few minutes.
Yeah.
Marie lost an adult. Oh, I didn't see that part. Oh, I didn't know that. I did not know
Yeah.
that. When I had my records, I had a Marie Osmond record.
Mhm.
Uh,
Okay, Lori, if you
11 and
need
a
to go to
half
sleep,
hour.
go to sleep.
You must have went overseas for 11 hours.
Yeah, she
Ooh,
did. She
yeah, go to
was
bed.
all over the place in Europe.
Really?
And yeah, you started out going to Ireland, right, Lori? I think that
Oh,
was the first stop.
lucky. Yep, Dramamine will put you to sleep.
Yeah.
They gave me
We
Benadryl
call
in the
it Gravel
hospital.
here.
Oh, is that what that means? Okay.
Yeah, it's a brand name.
Nice. Did you get to have fun there? Really? To Poland? Ireland to Poland?
Mhm.
That's a big trip. Wow. Greece? Wow. Italy? Oh my goodness. How are you here at all? Go to bed.
Yeah.
We'll see you next time. Go to bed. Wow. That's awesome. Really. It looks like it would be.
I'm glad you had such a good time, Lori.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I'm almost done with. I had 4 beers left in the, and there's no more in the cooler, so I drank them. That's part of the trip and cheapest. Cool. I want to go to Japan because right now
Night,
the
Lori.
currency exchange is super cheap with the dollar. This will be the best time to go
Mhm.
there, and I want to go there for like. I want to go for like 6 months and rent like
Oh
an
wow.
apartment because it's cheaper.
Mhm.
Mainly just because they're so polite and it's so clean. That's the biggest thing. It's the biggest reason. Americans are just, ugh, just, ugh. I drive around, I'm like, ugh. Somebody was saying that the street in Austin looks so clean. I'm like, Yeah, it looks clean, but you don't want to smell it. And then the last time I was there, I walked around the back, and there's there's churches back there, and they try to do landscaping, but it's dirt and bushes, and you can tell people not treated it nicely, and it's ugly and
Oh,
stinky. I'm very sensitive to smells with fibro. I should go to bed now too, because we are doing our Thanksgiving Sunday. Oh my goodness. Yeah, good night. So we're gonna
Kathy,
put
happy
everybody to bed tonight.
Thanksgiving. Have a good sleep. Yeah.
Is that
Excuse me.
is it earlier in Canada, or what is
Yeah, we have our Thanksgiving is officially on Monday.
Oh, because ours isn't until November. That's cool.
Yeah,
Have
ours
fun.
is more of a celebration of harvest.
Okay. Okay, that
Uh,
makes sense.
yeah, we don't do the pilgrim thing.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Good
Oh, we'll
night,
see you again,
Kathy.
Kathy. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll be around again. You know what? I'm getting kind of tired myself. So we're not going to
Yeah.
go 5 hours because you said we're not. We'll go 4.
Yeah.
Four is okay.
Yeah.
I really didn't expect to go 4 hours tonight. You guys have been pretty awesome in the chat, and you too, Scooter Mom. It's always
Oh,
fun.
thanks. Yeah.
I really do hope we get to meet sometime soon. I am trying so hard to get my camper traded on a Class C so I can travel a little bit more. I don't push it that much with hubby because when I went to California for a month with my daughter, he was here alone, going to work, sleeping all day, taking care of the dogs, and he was kind of lonely.
Oh.
So I don't push it that much, but I wanted if we do it in the next couple months, I'm taking a trip. So to meet everybody. So we'll hope that actually happens.
Yeah.
But so we need to go. These people are dying off.
Yeah. We're putting them all to sleep. We are so exciting.
That's okay. I'm used to putting my hubby to sleep, so. Oh my goodness, girl, I swear. All right. Tomorrow is because I was like, oh, I'll just go protest on Sunday. Every time I say that, I'm like, oh no, I do Dynamics at 3.
Yeah.
So tomorrow is fun Dianetics. Oh, we love that.
Oh boy, yeah.
If you want to go to sleep, come watch the Dianetics.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be nap time by the end. No problem.
No joke. No joke sometimes. Some of these chapters are just off the wall.
Yeah.
All right. I'm saying good night, Kathy. Good night, Scooter Mom.
Good
Maybe
night.
I'll see you tomorrow if you're still awake. I'm not taking a nap from tonight.
Right. No, I'll probably be there for Dianetics. Yep.
Yeah, I appreciate it. So, all right. Good night, everyone.
Sunday has become my book club day.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested in the next book we're gonna do. The blue, A Piece of Blue Sky sounds really interesting.
Yeah,
so we're getting close to being the end of Dianetics. Thank God. All right. I'll see you tomorrow then. Good night.
Okay, see you tomorrow. Good night.